along the St. Anthony Parkway. I and 2 other staff members spoke with the Star Tribune on Monday afternoon. We were surprised by the story and the headline because I did not say the park board was considering sale of land. My response to the questions focused on ongoing discussions with Salam Cultural Center leadership about park board processes, options like parking at Columbia Golf Course, and how to move forward. I explained that the leaders of the Salam Cultural Center want clarity around the park board decisions, whether the commissioners approve of the sale or not, and other possibilities if the sale of land is not an option. When I referenced moving forward, I meant building a respectful relationship with members of the Salam Cultural Center by listening to them and explaining our processes. I did not mean or say sale of land. Last night, Commissioner Meyer, Vice President Hassan, Assistant Superintendent Michael Schroeder, and I met with the Salam Cultural Center leaders and members. It was a good meeting. They, like other groups who owned the building in the past, are residents of Minneapolis, and have every right to ask if the park board would be willing to sell the land. Once we explain the process required for selling the land and explain that it doesn't appear there would be enough commissioner votes to move the resolution out of committee or for the sale of land, leaders of the Salam Cultural Center withdrew the request for selling the property. I also want to note sale of St. Anthony Regional Park land would require a change to the St. Anthony Regional Park Master Plan. General considerations for master plan amendments are outlined on the back of this statement. And I reference if you need to actually get the copy of this or the statement of amendments, it's at either the front or the back of the board, and so you can grab that and see the statement. So I hope that clarifies the Star Tribune article. That being said, I just talked about some of the things that we're doing some wonderful work with in our system, and I'm going to kind of read through these and give some updates. So this Thursday, from noon to 2 o'clock p.m., it is our second lobby day for parks at the state capitol. Commissioners, staff, youth, and community members will gather and share information with the governor's office about the importance of state funding for a variety of initiatives, including, but not limited to, teen employment for youth development, recreation services, including state parks, or skate parks, and the Mississippi Riverfront Park projects. Join us to show the governor's office how much Minneapolis parks mean to you and to encourage support and funding for parks. Details about the event and how to get to the state office building are available on our website, meeting calendar, and our NPRB Facebook page. We really need your support, so if you have an opportunity to come out, please support us, and we're very excited about the day. We have many things that we want to support for our parks and our youth. So forestry crews are preparing for spring tree planting. The first delivery of several hundred new trees will be arriving this week. Planting is expected to be full swing on April 8th. 66 NPRB team members from forestry, asset management departments, as well as the Minneapolis Tree Advisory Commission attended the Minnesota's Shade Tree Short Course held at Bethel College. That's a mouthful. During the conference, Elmer the Elm Tree received the Minnesota Community Forestry Lifetime Achievement Award for 40 years of service in Minneapolis. So Elmer got an award. Well, I tell you, I hope I can get there someday. Maintenance and operations. We are currently hiring seasonal staff. Park keepers, we've hired 46 out of 110 positions. Gardeners, we have hired 10 of 19 positions. And NEOs, we have hired 5 out of 15 positions. We are currently assessing rec center parking lots and other paved areas for repairs and taking action as needed. We are clear that there's a lot of potholes and what winter does to our roads and parking lots. Garden and environmental volunteer appreciation open house. Meet, mingle, and enjoy light appetizers and treats with garden and park steward volunteers. The open house is from 5 to 7 o'clock p.m. on April 9th at Bryan Square Park, which they had great chili when I was there the last time. It was wonderful. Environmental management, nature resources. Conservation Corps of Minnesota and Iowa Youth Outdoors program started on March 22nd. The adult crew, ages 18 to 25, will be working to manage natural areas in the parks and will be focusing on Theodore Wirth this spring. During the spring school term, the adult crew will be working with youth ages 15 to 18 based out of North Commons Park. The youth crews will be working on natural resource-based field projects on Thursdays and Saturdays. Tuesdays, they will participate in conservation-based educational activities and career exploration. What a wonderful program. Deputy's Office. The Deputy's Office is working with the City Audit Department to launch a system-wide risk assessment process. It will begin with a pilot in 2 departments and will consider many categories of risk from financial to strategic directions. The MPRB Emergency Operations Steering Committee has identified a possible grant source to assist with the site-level emergency preparedness work the organization will initiate in 2019. The work will focus on evacuation plans, identification where to shelter in a building in case of storm, and active shooter guidance. We're very, that's important work, and it's important to know that we do have an emergency operation steering committee and working on these plans. ITS has identified and is testing an updated solution for VPN access to our network that will make remote access faster and much more secure. The solution that was identified is saving the MPRB approximately $20,000 to $30,000 and making the organization more secure. Planned rollout will be this month. The buoy draw for 2019 will be Tuesday, April 9th at Armitage Park starting at 6 o'clock p.m. And I know that's a really big deal. So again, Tuesday, April 9th, Armitage Park starting at 6 o'clock p.m. To support the NCAA Final Four this weekend, the NPRB will be deploying ambassadors to downtown parks to help serve visitors. This replicates a model that was used during the Super Bowl last year. Assistant Superintendent Barrick and Asset Management Assistant Director Brent Caith will be staffing the Office of Emergency Management Operations Center as NPRB representatives from 9 o'clock a.m. to midnight, Friday through Monday, in support of the Final Four. Thank you, Jeremy and Brent. That's wonderful. Thank you for your service on that. Eloise Butler Garden Boardwalk. Phase 2 of the Eloise Butler Wildflowers Garden Boardwalk is complete and will be open soon for use this season. The new phase incorporates a large gathering platform that hovers over the gardens, wetland area with views of our state flower, the showy lady slipper. So really exciting to see that, and we're happy to have that complete. Falwell Park Phase 1 improvements. Community engagement efforts are beginning for the first phase of improvements at Falwell Park. Park Board staff will be at the Recreation Center 3 times in April gathering feedback on the proposed improvements, which includes new playgrounds. Please place these dates on your calendar if interested in providing feedback on this project. Wednesday, April 10th from 3 to 6 p.m., Monday, April 15th from 5:30 to 8 o'clock p.m., and Saturday, April 20th from 11 to 1 o'clock p.m. There are drop-in engagement opportunities with no presentation. Recreation. This is wonderful. North Commons Recreation Center held its Legacy Project dedication ceremony and ribbon cutting yesterday, April 2nd. It was a wonderful turnout with hundreds of community members in attendance to take in the newly renovated gymnasium and brand new teen room at North Commons Park. The ceremony consisted of inspiring messages from myself, Mayor Jacob Fry, NCAA, Unilever, and Dove Men Plus Care representatives, and former NCAA NBA star Devin George. Following the program, there was ribbon cutting by longtime North Commons employee Miss Willie Jasper. Over 30 years of service she has provided for North Commons, which is really incredible. Surrounded by youth from the community. The event concluded with a fantastic youth basketball clinic led by the Positive Coaching Alliance team and Devin George for 40 North Commons youth basketball players. It was an amazing day, and so grateful for all the support from the NCAA, Dove, and all of our volunteers. It was really incredible. With that, I'd also like to say the last thing is our condolences, or my condolences, to Brad. For your father?
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. Are there any questions or comments for the superintendent? Seeing none, moving on to our consent agenda. I would entertain a resolution for approval of items 2019-159 through 2019-163.
So moved.
The consent agenda has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-159 through 2019-163? Deputy Superintendent Ringgold?
President Bourne, this was actually about the agenda approval in general. There's one item that might come up from committee.
I did see that, so we'll be taking a motion to recess when we're concluded with business in the full board to potentially bring up Resolution 2019-165 from the Planning Committee. Is there any further discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I would just add a note on 2019-163, approving our collective bargaining agreement with the Teamsters and Public Law Enforcement Employees Union Local 320. Just thanking the women and men that work for the Minneapolis Park Board every day for keeping things moving on our behalf. Seeing no further discussion, all of those in favor of 2019-159 through 163, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the consent agenda carries. Chair Forney.
On behalf of the Planning Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2019-151.
Resolution granting an amendment to the temporary construction easement and a permanent easement held by the state of Minnesota acting for benefit of the Minnesota Veterans Home Minneapolis for bridge purposes in Minnehaha Regional Park.
151 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
2019-151 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion on 2019-151, I would ask Secretary Ringgold to please take the roll.
Commissioner Vita.
Yes.
Commissioner French.
Yes.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
The resolution passes. Chair Vita.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I would like to move Resolution 2019-153, first reading of a resolution approving an amendment to Chapter 9 of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Code of Ordinances by adding an Article X setting forth the names of parkways and park roads under the jurisdiction of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and requiring the superintendent to take certain actions.
Chair Vita, before I entertain a second to that motion, we have a public hearing scheduled at 6 o'clock for that motion. So I would ask that, I didn't catch it until you just read it, but I would ask that you withdraw that motion and we keep moving through the agenda and we bring that back after we've had and we'll move that when we have the public hearing.
Okay.
So if you'd like to move on with 2019-155.
So on behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I would like to move forward Resolution 2019-155, resolution authorizing the superintendent to submit a 2020 proposal to the Legislative Citizen Commission of Minnesota Resources from the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund for up to $2,750,000 for shoreline restoration, island habitat stabilization, and mussel reintroduction within Above the Falls Regional Park and North Mississippi Regional Park.
2019-155 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Resolution 2019-155, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Chair Vita.
I would like to move Resolution 2019-156, resolution accepting a Hennepin County Environmental Response Fund grant award in the amount of $165,474 for cleanup of contaminated soils in Curry Park.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Resolution 2019-156 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-156, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Moving on to discussion items, I believe we have Mr. John Munger here from the Loped Foundation to deliver our long-awaited annual report. Welcome, Mr. Munger, and thank you for being flexible in getting this on our schedule. I know we had asked, we delayed it a couple of weeks because of our visit to Quebec, but welcome.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll wait until Jennifer gets this pulled up here. Okay, super. President Bourne, Commissioners, here today to go over our annual report with you. This is something that comes out of our agreements with you. We do a report once a year in the spring. Oh, okay. And this is for the 2017-2018 fiscal year for us, which runs from October 1, 2017 to September 30th, 2018. So just want to clarify this. You know, there's a tendency to feel like this is for the winter that just passed, and this is actually for the winter that ended last year and for that whole year, right? So, so that's what we're talking about here today. This is our kind of our partnership report, and I'm happy to report that the partnership, I think, is in really good shape right now. We've accomplished a lot of great things in the last year, or in that fiscal year, and I wanted to kind of just highlight some of those for you. So. Started out with, obviously, the really big elephant in the room, right, was completing the Trailhead project. That was a big deal for the Park Board, for the Loped Foundation, and for the whole community, and it's gotten off to a great start. So we completed the construction last summer. We finished all the different business associated with that, got our financing in place, and then that triggered the donation to the Park Board, which took place in September, just before the end of our fiscal year, and the start of our 20-year lease and operating agreements. So that was something that we finished up last year, and then we do have some odds and ends left to do. There's a little bit of trail work left to do that we'll be completing this spring. So we've done that. That same fiscal year, we hosted the Masters World Cup. So this was athletes from around the world, all kind of 30 plus years old, older athletes here to compete at Worth Park. And it was a great event to kind of highlight to the whole world what Minneapolis Park System has to offer. We had the longest ski season, I think, ever recorded in the Minneapolis parks. We opened our trails on November 29th, which I think up until this year, that was the longest or the earliest that we ever opened. And then we were open until April 23rd last year. So you should feel very good about what April has to offer this year, right? Because last year we were still skiing strong right now. And then the other thing that we did last year was we secured the bid for an actual World Cup with the athletes from the Olympics here at Worth Park again, and really building on what we did with the Masters World Cup and really having an opportunity to show off to the world. So, and really want to express the appreciation to the board and to individual board members and the superintendent for their support in those efforts. It's, I hope, going to be a really fun project for all of us. So some key metrics. Our agreements have us going over a few metrics with you, and I'm not going to go through all of them. There's a number of them, and they're in the report that you should have. But some of the ones to note, we opened the earliest we ever opened for skiing last year. We had consistent grooming throughout the year, opening at 7 a.m. every day, and really our crew just did a great job, and again, working together with the park board to make just a really seamless and great product for the public. We had more than 1,200 visits by underserved youth during that year, and that was actually a lower number than what I think we want to be achieving, but that was a year when we did not have a trailhead building to operate out of, right? We really were just doing the best we could last year with the construction, but we still felt good about that. You know, a lot of the kids from our mini Loped programs, kids attending camp and kids in our middle school programs that we run. So, high school ski passes, you can see kind of the baseline the year before we started was 265 high schoolers were out skiing at Worth. During that year, last year, there was 1,200 or so, so about 5 times as many, so we're doing really well with the high schoolers as well. Season pass sales generally. So what you see here is the baseline years, the year before we started, and there was something like 1,000 ski passes sold that year. And then 16-17 was the first year of our operation. So you can see quite an increase there, and that increased again in 17-18, which was the year that we're focused on today. And then a little sneak peek to 18-19. This year, we had even more robust sales, which I think really reflects the great product that we're delivering together. So we also look at the finances, and that's something that you guys obviously want to be concerned about, just as we are, to make sure this operation all works, right? So the 17-18 year, when you look at the Trails and Rec piece, which is the kind of the piece that's really direct partnership with the park board, we actually lost a good chunk of money last year on our Trails and Rec product. Or as I like to say, invested that in the community, which was the cause for some concern. But again, that was the year that we were going through construction, really trying to make this work while still doing all of this construction. And so the rest of the organization ended up investing, that $109,000 into our Trails product. I'm happy to report, I'm giving you a little sneak peek of what's happened over the last 6 months. Since the trailhead has opened, and we're really doing well. We've put together budgets both for the park board and for people that we did our financing with, and they all showed us doing well over time and being able to pay off our debts. But these were projections, and projections really amount to good guesses. And really feel now that we have the 6 months of experience with the trailhead building open, that we're really on a good track and feel like we're going to be breaking even and or just about breaking even on our Trails and Rec product, and feel like everything is under control, and we'll be able to keep on making this thing happen year after year. So just wanted to give you a little sneak peek on that. And then I had a little discussion item here. Commissioner Severson had raised some concerns a couple months ago now about the access to the trailhead building for things like rentals for weddings or other kind of community events from North Minneapolis. And it was good that he raised those concerns. We didn't really have that solution figured out. We're figuring all this out as we go. But what we put together after having some discussions was this idea of a scholarship fund that we would have in place, so that when people came from the community, from North Minneapolis, and wanted to rent the space, we would be able to offer a solution to them that doesn't compromise our pricing structure and still allows us to make this thing work financially generally, but provides a great solution for the community. So just kind of wanted to go over what that might look like. It would be, we think, specific to North Minneapolis organizations. Probably ask a few questions of the organizations. Hey, are you a nonprofit? What kind of organization are you? What's your relationship to North Minneapolis? And other things that we might, and really together, figure out are relevant. And then we would have a certain amount of money set aside, and the committee, and we'd have to form a committee on this, would decide how much to award to the different organizations. So that's kind of the thought structure we have around the scholarship program, and wanted to get any feedback that you might have on that as we put this together.
Thank you, Mr. Munger, for the report. I have some comments from a couple of commissioners. I'll start with Commissioner French, and then Cogill, and then Viton.
You talked about the scholarship process. I know Cale Severson is one of the hardest advocates for the North Side. There are communities on the South Side that might need some of these scholarships as well. are we just saying folks from the north side can only benefit from this? Or are we doing it as based on economic need, or are we doing it geographically?
We started out looking at it as north side. I think with the idea that it's a north side building, but I certainly am not opposed to looking at an economic need basis. I think these are things that we're open to talking about. I think having some nexus to at least Minneapolis, I think, would be important. It would, I think, be hard to have folks coming from Egan and saying that they have an economic need and want to use the trailhead. I think eventually that
I would love to walk inside the trailhead and see a bunch of folks from Cedar Riverside, some East African folks in there hanging out by the fire. It would be really nice. So I don't want to just limit it to folks from the north side.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner French. We have, my next speaker is Commissioner Cogill.
I wasn't particularly concerned about the location. I thought that maybe being on the north side would be okay, but I think Commissioner French brings up some good points about that, and maybe economic need throughout the city wouldn't be a bad consideration. The one point or thought that I wanted to provide was regarding the application and just reducing the number of steps and barriers that folks would have to deal with to get involved. I know there's probably a concern about how often the space would be maybe booked for groups that weren't paying a certain price, so you're meeting your business goals. But it would be great. I mean, questions like whether or not you're a nonprofit are pretty easily determined. But the easier it is for folks to apply or to just sign up would be the better this could be. So appreciate the thought about this, though.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. Before we move on, the time is 5:30 and it's our open time, so I'll ask Mr. Munger for his patience while we move into our public comment portion of our board meeting. Just for folks that may be joining us for the first time, every meeting that we have, we take public comment at 5:30 on that at that meeting, and we give folks an opportunity to bring to the board any issues that may not be in front of us yet that they'd like to introduce to us, and just to kind of get in our collective hoppers. So we have a couple of guidelines that I'll just go over with folks before we speak. We have up to 15 minutes allocated for open time at every meeting. This is our time to listen to you. We don't engage in debate. We may from time to time ask a clarifying question, but this is really our time to hear from folks in the community. Any individuals wishing to speak during open time can get their name put on a list by calling our Park Board headquarters by 3 p.m. or and to be put on the list, or by signing up before the start of open time. So I'll just put out a reminder if there's anybody that is here that would like to speak during open time that hasn't. If Ms. Summers could raise her hand, you can approach her and get yourself put on that list. There are just a few things that we ask. The first one is there are a couple of items that we do not hear during open time, and those are pending litigation or personnel issues. If there are things that around those issues that you'd like to make sure that the board does have its attention on, or that you'd like to share with us, the best way to do that is to reach out to individual board members directly or our executive staff. All of our contact information can be found on our website at minneapolisparks.org. The Park Board does not tolerate harassing or discriminatory remarks towards anyone at our meetings, so we ask that you keep that in mind when you're giving your public testimony. That said, I have 9 speakers signed up to speak, and I will allocate 2 minutes per speaker. Our first speaker is Mr. Joe Tamburino. Mr. Tamburino, if you would state your name and, if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Joe Tamburino. I live at 545 South 2nd Street. I live in District 4 of Commissioner Cogill's district. I'd like to speak to the resolution that occurred on March 27th, specifically Resolution 2019-158, and that's the Park Police Advisory Council. And I'd like to raise 3 objections to how this was handled. First, the lack of public notice. Second, a potential open meetings violation. And third, the improper process. First, in terms of public notice, when this board met on March 27th, the agenda seemed to have been changed basically a couple hours before the meeting. Commissioners Vita and Music, who's not here, thankfully said, well, the public didn't get any notice, because it's true. It wasn't on the agenda the Friday before. And pursuant to your board's rules, specifically 17C of your rules, you have to have a 5-day notice. So there was no public notice. And then when Commissioners Music and Vita rightfully asked that this be tabled, not everyone was in agreement with it, specifically Commissioners Cowgill and Vice President Hassan, and I don't understand why, because the public should have had notice. Second, in terms of the potential open meetings violation, obviously, under Minnesota Chapter 13D, this governing body has to abide by open meetings. So how was it decided that the people who were originally passed by staff, the 6 individuals, I was one of them, to be recommended for the advisory council, how was that changed? Was there a number of commissioners who met outside of a public meeting, and if that was a quorum, it would have been an open meetings violation? And third, the improper process. Since finding out about this, I've been making some inquiries. I sent 2 emails to Commissioner Kogel and a voicemail. I did not receive a response. I called up Ms. Summers, and she was happy to discuss this with me. And then President Bourne called me about an hour ago, because if you look at the applications, 3 individuals' applications are quite different from everyone else. It's obvious just physically that they didn't go through the same process. The process started in September.
Mr. Tamburino, if you'd like to wrap up your final sentence, and if you have any additional comments, you can hand them to Ms. Ringgold.
The process was not properly followed, and President Bourne has informed me that he specifically solicited 3 individuals who were not passed on by staff to be on this advisory council, which I find to be objectionable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamburino. Our next speaker is Mary Paddock. Mary, are you here this evening? Mary, would you like me to I'll move forward on the list, and I'll call you after the next speaker if that's okay. Then Mary, if you'd like to come forward, you have state your name and, if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Yeah, I thought it was time certain at 6 o'clock.
Are you, let me ask a clarifying question. Are you here to testify? We have a public hearing at 6 p.m.
The ordinance.
That's at 6 p.m. You are on my list for open time, which is, you can, if you'd like to speak now, you can.
I'll wait till the proper time.
Okay, I will remove you from this list, and we'll make sure, Secretary Ringgold, if you could help remind me that Mary is signed up to speak at our 6 p.m. public hearing. My next speaker is Eric Smalley. Eric, are you here this evening? Eric, if you would state your name and, if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
My name is Eric Smalley. My address is 4600 Humboldt Avenue North. I am Emily Errol Phillips' brother, and I come here to urge you to please to pass the resolution 2019-173 in honor of my sister and her longtime membership with the park board. She has been a very faithful one. She has mentored a lot of our kids. Also, she has mentored a lot of the individuals that are currently now in the park board. So that is basically what I wanted to say to all of you, to honor her at her memorial on the 4th of May. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smalley. That item will be coming up in hopefully a few minutes, and I'm hoping it will pass unanimously. But our next speaker is Mr. Mike Lynch. Mike, if you would state your name and, if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes, and welcome.
All right, well, thank you. My name is Michael Lynch. I live on 3454 43rd Avenue South, so a resident. I just wanted to offer myself up to the Board of Commissioners. I am newly elected by the Pesticide Advisory Committee as the co-chair, in addition to Russ Henry. And I just wanted to offer myself up, if any of the board members have any questions about our recommendations, to please contact me. You can get in touch with Jeremy Barrick and get my contact info. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your service. Our next speaker is Miss Julia Wallace. Julia, are you here this evening? Julie, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Julia Wallace, and I live in the Prospect Park neighborhood. I'm here to support an item that's on the agenda for the Administration and Finance Committee, which is Resolution 2019-167. This resolution initiates the process for purchasing the space currently known as Towerside Park as a neighborhood park that's also within the area of the Grand Rounds missing link. The Neighborhood Association's letter in your packet clearly shows the neighborhood's support for this project. The site is currently home to an active community garden, courtesy of the current landowner, and the neighborhood is pleased that the plans for the new park, as shown in the East of the River Park Master Plan, includes a new community garden in addition to many other amenities. The community was actively engaged in the master planning process, so we're excited to see our vision coming forth. This is an exciting development, particularly because it's one of the first times that the Park Board will use neighborhoods' park dedication monies to establish a totally new park. This, I think, is one of the reasons that we established the parkland dedication in the first place. This park is in the midst of a formerly vacant expanse of land which is now filling up with new residents. Housing developments just opened or under construction in the Towerside area, including both market rate and affordable housing, and also a large senior residence. The current neighborhood and the new residents will all enjoy this new gathering space together. We're also pleased to see that choosing the permanent name for the park will be part of the process, and we look forward to active community engagement in both the final design and the choice of name. So we encourage the committee and the full board to pass this resolution and the related allocation of parkland dedication fees for this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. My next speaker is Commissioner Hillmeyer. Commissioner Hillmeyer, welcome. If you would please state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Okay.
And you have 2 minutes to address
Hello.
the board. Welcome.
I'm a little short, but let me introduce myself. I'm Patricia Hillmeyer. I live at 3044 Taylor Street Northeast. I served on this board for 24 years, serving 3 times as president. And in my tenure, we acquired 125 acres of riverfront property. I am not ashamed to say I covet land. I coveted land for the park board and for my community of North and Northeast Minneapolis. And my fellow commissioner, Tom Baker, aided me enormously. I'm sorry for the Salem Cultural Center that I believe they were seriously misled about the opportunity to get parkland for their building. But to the board, you're opening a Pandora's box by considering any change in the park board's policy, not for sale land policy. This policy has protected our parkland for generations. It has protected us from the Highway Department, the U.S. Highway Department, Minneapolis HUD, the Minneapolis Public Schools, and our own city council at times, and many others. Our parkland is sacred. We are the city of parks. Changing this policy or trying to circumvent it will open your board to a multitude of challenges. You changed the policy for the center, why not me? Lurking in every corner of this city and in every one of your park districts are worthy organizations and not so worthy like developers who covet just a slice of park board land. Do not open that door. Do not abandon this policy. You are the trustees of our parkland. You're not the owner. And Al, congratulations. I remember meeting you when you were at Northside, and we came over for meetings. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
And Meg worked many. And I'm very proud of the work. I'm proud of what was accomplished in mine, and keep on working hard.
Thank you, Commissioner Hillmeyer. You're always welcome. Thank you for your service. Our next speaker is Jean Webb Brady. Jean Webb Bradford. Is Jean here? Jean, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jean Webb Bradford, and I rose today and came down today just to ask that the commissioners do a unanimous vote to support a resolution for Nancy, I call her Nancy Emily Earl Phillips. She's a lifelong friend of mine. I'm a lifelong resident of Minneapolis, so we grew up on the block together. She's a silent shero. She's a silent shero. You guys may know of her because of the work that you do with the park board, but there are many, many people that don't know of the work that she's done behind the scenes. So I rose to just come and ask for a unanimous resolution from my sister, Nancy Earl Phillips. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Our next speaker is Dar Gerber. Is Dar here this evening? Ms. Gerber, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes, and welcome.
Thank you, President Bourne. I'm withdrawing my name because the issue I planned to discuss had to do with the sale of parkland. So I thank you very much.
Thank you. If you have testimony that if you'd like it to go into public record, you could give it to Ms. Summers, who's sitting right next to you, and it can get entered to the public record. Our next speaker is Bill Dossett. Bill, are you here this evening?
I'm here to speak about Nice Ride later on another agenda.
Secretary Ringel, do we have a public hearing on Nice Ride?
President Bourne, we have 2 Nice Ride actions on our admin finance agenda. So Bill Dossett is here tonight as a representative of Nice Ride to participate in those items.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dossett. That is my last speaker for open time. Moving back to Mr. Munger, and we have a 6 o'clock time certain meeting, but I think we can get. I think we can probably get through by then. Welcome back. Our speakers were. Commissioner Cogill, had you concluded your comments? Then I have Commissioner Vita, followed by Severson, followed by Forney. Yep.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, John. This is a great presentation. I know the numbers are going to be so much better for the next year because this is last year, right? You said this was 2017. And I was a part of a lot of the events for 2017, and I'm happy to say that you had a lot of kids of color participating in the mini loped and the races during the week-long festivities. So that made me feel good as a commissioner to support your work and to see so many kids out racing and skiing. And I've shared with you and others stories that I've heard from kids in North Minneapolis and how this program has impacted their lives. So thank you so much for the work that you've done and that you're continuing to do. And I just only see it getting better and better, especially with the World Cup coming and you all looking to engage the entire neighborhood in this event and not just who we traditionally see as cross-country skiers. So thank you. A question I had, though, was kind of related to what Commissioner French and Cogill asked. So previously, you and I had talked about you having some type of program where certain days of the week people could use the facility at a much discounted rate. So is that in addition to the scholarship fund, or is the scholarship fund kind of canceling that out?
No, Commissioner Vita, that would be in addition to. And yeah, and this all came out of, we just opened the place, got it going, and thanks to some questions, we're just much more thoughtful about it. So, I can't remember the night, whether it's Monday night or Sunday night, but there's going to be an evening when it will be not free, but very reduced rate for nonprofits.
Okay, and the other thing is, I would also urge you to look at a policy that looks at everyone throughout the city and not just North Minneapolis, because as a citywide commissioner, I do get a lot of feedback from Southsiders that there are some disenfranchised communities there that don't get recognized, and people kind of, I'm a fan of the North Side, but I really think that you should look at a policy that includes everyone in the city and not just the North Side. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita, Commissioner Severson, followed by Forney.
Thank you, President Bourne. So a top priority of mine is making sure Northsiders have the opportunity to participate in activities, specifically outside. So I do appreciate you working on this. I know we had a pretty tense meeting, but you've come up with something that's pretty good. But I want to remind everybody that pay to play is extremely inequitable, specifically for the community that I grew up in and represent. I still struggle with the fact that you have to have money to participate in a lot of events because a lot of people in my community don't have the means to make that happen. So I think this will not fix the problem, but it'll address it somewhat. I can absolutely respect that Commissioner French, Vita, and Cowgill, but we need to remember that North Minneapolis residents, this is an opportunity for them to be involved and engaged. And this is a community that needs the opportunity to see how wonderful the trailhead is and could be in the future. What typically happens when we open this up to everyone is people are going to come in and they're going to use up these funds, and then what's going to happen in North Minneapolis is there's not going to be the opportunity for Northside residents to get in there and have this opportunity. Once again, I appreciate the sentiment and the conversation around it, but this is what the big conversation around the Upper Harbor Terminal is about. You know, this is and it's like I said, it's a great conversation. But like I said, North Minneapolis residents, I really want them to take ownership. I believe one way that we prevent regentrification is having our residents not only own their homes, or rent their homes in North Minneapolis, but they also own their parks in the sense that they participate, they're involved, they're engaged, they know what's going on. So once again, thank you, John. I look forward to working with you, and maybe in the next couple of years we can increase this to $40,000 for the community.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson, Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. Thank you, John, for everything you're doing. Really, it's fantastic. We really appreciate it. I have to tell you, I was reading in our packet the report, and my heart dropped when it indicated that somebody was not feeling that the building was warm and inviting, and I just was so frustrated. It's like, how could they not feel it? I realized it was before, it was the old chalet that they're referring to. I know, my heart just dropped completely. It's like, what's with this dude? Anyway, sorry. So the building is gorgeous. It really is, and it is very inviting, you know, to see it so utilized through the low put where we didn't have snow. Can you believe that? Anyway, one thing that I was wondering, maybe I'm speaking because personally, my brother used to do cross-country skiing there and compete and everything. Do we have any historic pictures you could put up someplace?
Commissioner Forney, we are working on that.
Good.
We made an attempt at it. We've sorted through all the historical photos, made some requests, and I don't know, there was some kind of error in the process, but we are working on that for sure, because there are some really neat photos, and what we really tried to do actually was capture photos that show the whole community involved, and so really being intentional about, hey, this is a park that North Minneapolis has had for years and years, and so, you know, to be blunt about it, not just a bunch of photos of old white guys, right? So
Wonderful. And I don't know if it would be wise to put the ski jump in there or not, but that's one of the iconic things that I remember as a kid.
there are ski jump photos planned.
Oh, cool. Okay, all right. And I'm not sure if you had put it in your presentation or not, but can you kind of give a guesstimation of how much your percentage of increase of disadvantage and youth of color has increased? Do you have any sense of how that is? I mean, I think Commissioner Vita, you know, said it's probably going to be significantly more this past year. But do you have any sense of that?
Yeah, Commissioner Forney, I can give you a little sense of that. You know, one of the things we were able to do this year, this seems like a really robust winter looking back now, but really it didn't snow until the very end of January. And so we run, I think it's 11 different mini-low-pit programs in elementary schools in North Minneapolis. Well, those programs all started to look around week after week and go, this program is not that great because we can't ski. There's no snow at our school. So we ended up, because of the trailhead, we were able to bus all those kids, not all of them, but many of them, down to the trailhead where they were able to really enjoy their skiing at the park. So, you know, probably some 500 kids were able to come down that wouldn't have been able to because of the trailhead. I don't have the statistics more broadly than that, so just a little anecdote for you to let you know that there's been a big increase, and we continue to work on that.
And I think that maybe is something you should put in any of your yearly reports and everything, what the seasonal effect might have been. Anyway,
yes,
you know.
Yep. So for our 18-19 report, you'll see more of that.
Right, or how many days do we actually have snow and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, and then I also noticed in your report that you do have credit in bank fees of a significant amount. Can you explain what those are from?
Credit and bank fees. I'm going to invite
Nicole?
Yes, Nicole Cuno, our Chief Operating Officer, up who knows the details of that stuff more than me.
Welcome, Nicole.
Hi, thanks. Commissioner Forney, I think most of those expenses are directly related to revenue. So just the credit card fees that we pay every time somebody buys Trail Pass online. Most of those are directly related to that.
And what I was actually really getting to is the fact that you had a mortgage and there was rumor that we were the ones who were on the line for the mortgage and everything, and that is not the case, and that is not what this fee is, and that's not what's impacting. Okay,
Yes,
I just
very
want
much
to
so.
give
That is
clarity
not what
to all
that
of
is,
that
yeah.
to people. Okay, thank you. That was my all. Continue, and I don't want to wish for snow right now, but anyway.
No, there's other seasons that we'll all enjoy together.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Severson for the second time.
Yeah, I just wanted to give context one more time, too, on a little bit how this came about. Two groups reached out to me, one from Patrick Henry High School and one from North, and they were, there's a group called Fire and Ice, which is it's a drum line, and it's like a combined thing. And they were looking for a place to have a show, and they said, look at this wonderful space. So this is a little context of an idea of where this came from. The second was for a prom. So they're like, why do we have to leave our community to have prom in Edina, or why do we have to go out to Brooklyn Park or downtown? So just a little context again on why this is important, I think, specifically for our community and students of Patrick Henry and North and Franklin and these communities, and that's where this kind of came about. So it wasn't just for like a skiing opportunity or snowshoeing, although we would love that, but it's an opportunity, it's a great building where our community on the north side may access it and use it differently from what it was maybe built for. And it would be a great picture of that old ski jump that's sitting down in there. Put that out there.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. I just have a couple of comments and a couple of questions. First off, former Mayor Rybak said a few days ago that, and I largely agree, that that our partnership is stronger than ever. So I just want to thank all of the partners that have made it work. Part of that is through your advocacy, through Superintendent Emeritus Merrill's advocacy, who is here with us on a different topic, but kind of took the launching of our partnership like really ready to go once the trailhead opened and helped us kind of clean some last minute issues that we had, and Superintendent Pangora for jumping in feet first, and Council Rice, and just all of our staff. And part of that advocacy is, you know, Mr. Munger and I have traded many expletives on the phone with each other, but always just very passionate about the mission and the work and getting youth served, and I think we've given each other a couple of apologies, and like we've just kind of worked through the issues that we've each been handed, and I think I really want to applaud the Lopet for one, and I actually think that this will be on your next year's report, but for releasing the park board from our first position on the on some of the secured debt that the Lopet was carrying, and we had agreed to be in first position for quite some time, and you came far ahead of schedule and just released the park board for that. So I just really want to recognize and thank the Lopet for that, and continuing to do that. It's always hard to do capital fundraising after the capital project is done, and Mr. Munger has really continued to work on that and to effectively work on that, so I just want to compliment the partnership there. And I think I just answered my own question. I was just going to allow you the opportunity to state that the park board is released from any liens, but on some of the work that was brought up earlier. But I think I'm seeing a head nod yes there. And again, just thank you for the work. We're very appreciative of the partnership. I'm sure we may trade some more heated conversations, but I think we'll continue to work towards the benefit of the youth of the city of Minneapolis and making this partnership better every day. I would echo, I want to thank Mr. Munger and the Lopet Foundation for coming forward with an innovative solution that was first brought to our attention by Commissioner Severson, and thank you for working on that and just being receptive that there might not be folks that always have access. I would agree with Commissioner Vita and Commissioner Cogill and Commissioner French that if there's a way to look at everybody who calls Minneapolis home and making sure that there's some access, but to Commissioner Severson's point that I don't think we should overlook is that North Minneapolis is hosting us, and so I think that I would certainly trust you, and if Commissioner Severson wanted to work out something that kind of worked for all of the feedback that we're hearing tonight, I don't think you would get a lot of objection, because I think that there's some common ideas that we want to serve the entire city, but also recognizing that North Minneapolis is hosting this partnership, and we want to be cognizant of that. So thank you for the report, Mr. Munger. Our next item on the agenda is directly related. I would entertain a resolution for... It's not quite 6 o'clock yet. I think we can get this through. I would entertain a motion for resolution 2019-164, a resolution reviewing and approving the 2018-2019 activity fees for the Lopet Foundation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-164? Commissioner Severson?
Oh, sorry. No.
All right. Seeing no discussion on 2019-164, all those in favor of 2019-164, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. So now Mr. Munger can go home. The time being 6 o'clock, we have a time certain item on resolution 2019-153. We have, I have two speakers signed up for resolution 2019-153, which is a resolution approving an amendment to Chapter 9 of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Code of Ordinances by adding an article setting forth the names of parkways and park roads under the jurisdiction of the Minneapolis Park Board and requiring the superintendent to take certain actions. That hasn't been moved yet, but I am opening the public hearing. I have two speakers signed up to speak to the in the public hearing. Is there anybody who would like to, and I think we have one more who signed up during open time. So I have three speakers. Is there anybody that is here this evening to speak to the resolution modifying our code of ordinances around parkway naming that doesn't have their name on the list? Is there anybody that wants to speak? So I have three speakers. My first speaker is Edna Brzaitis. Edna, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Edna Brzaitis. I live on Grove Street on Nicollet Island. And good evening, commissioners and Chair Bourne. I have to commend staff for doing all the work to find all these little nibs and nabs of streets that belong to the park board. And I have lived on Nicollet Island for a long time, and it's always controversial. And so it's really important, I think, for the park board to enact an ordinance that gets it straight what streets it owns on Nicollet Island. And so just so you understand, in 1866, they created the grid for the streets on Nicollet Island. Everything above the Hennepin Avenue Bridge has been part of that grid. And the streets did not go under Hennepin Avenue, they stopped there. So when we reconstructed the Hennepin Avenue Bridge in the 1990s, I guess, they actually changed the streets. So there's uncertainty. And I sent an email to some of you commissioners, and I was saying that I had talked to the city, and the city said that the streets, that Island Avenue was a city street. But they were talking what's above the bridge. And so really what we have to work on too is below the bridge. One street that's not on the list is, now why can't I do this? Power Street. Power Street's vacated. It's the one that the Nicollet Island Pavilion's on. They use the address of 40 Power Street. There's Marion Street. It's unclear to me where Marion Street is. There's a sign that goes along, and there's no sign for Island Avenue down on that part of the island. It says Marion Street. The parking lot for off of the bridge, his address, if you look, is 9 Marion Street. So does Miriam Street go there or not? And so I know that you're going to be considering this. If really would like to have staff explain to us maybe if they've done some research so that we can understand these differences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Prezaitis. My other speaker that I have signed up is Mary Paddock. Mary, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Okay, I was told 3 on the phone.
If there is no objection, primarily from the previous speaker, if there is no objection from the board, I would allow 3 minutes. Am I seeing any objection?
Nope. Thank you.
You have 3 minutes to address the board.
Good evening. My name is Mary Paddock. I live at 2782 Dean Parkway. 2 comments about the naming business regarding process. First of all, I ask you to adopt the street naming process used by the city of Minneapolis, which includes meaningful consultation with the community. Why would the park board not want to communicate with the community about this? And secondly, if Calhoun Parkway is to be renamed, I would like to propose a way to name it that would not cause a big community brouhaha. Lord knows we have enough of them going on in this city right now. So I propose naming it after a person, and I'll ask you to guess who it is, and then I'll tell you the name. This is an African-American woman who sang at the 1963 I Have a Dream March on Washington, and decades earlier worked with Eleanor Roosevelt to pass anti-lynching laws. She was blacklisted for standing up to the House Committee on Un-American Activities. She was one of America's greatest singers and actors. She performed with Paul Robeson, Luciano Pavarotti, Billy Strayhorn. She headlined in Las Vegas, performing with Tony Bennett, Peggy Lee, Harry Belafonte. She was the first person of color that MGM ever signed into a long-term contract. Her greatest hits include An American Standard, Stormy Weather. By this time, you may think you know her name, and you probably do, but you probably only know part of her name. Her full name is Lena Mary Calhoun Horn. Lena Horn. This great American artist descended on her father's side from a slave master in Georgia, Dr. Andrew Bonaparte Calhoun. His uncle, Senator John C. Calhoun, was, as we all know, a person who championed slavery as God's will. So without changing the name of this parkway much, and to your point earlier, Commissioner Forney, there are at least 500 people who would be impacted by this. We can take advantage of a ready-made opportunity to honor this great American woman whose face was just recently, a few months ago, put on a U.S. Post Office Forever stamp. So imagine the thrill and the ironic justice of replacing the John C. Calhoun name with the Lena Calhoun Horn name. And yes, this may be inconsistent with how parkways are normally named, usually after the lakes they surround. But as Ralph Waldo Emerson said, a foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds. And as I say before you today, consistency never produced positive change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paddock. Is there anybody else that is here to speak in the public hearing around the ordinance around Parkway names? Is there anybody else here to speak? Is there anybody else here to speak? I am closing the public hearing. Moving on, we have a resolution would now be in order for 2019-153.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I would like to move Resolution 2019-153. First reading of the resolution approving an amendment to Chapter 9 of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Code of Ordinances by adding an Article X setting forth the names of parkways and park roads under the jurisdiction of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and requiring the superintendent to take certain actions.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Commissioner Meyer, followed by French, followed by Forney.
Thank you, and thank you, Edna, for bringing up these concerns and doing all the diligent research on the complex roads on Nicollet Island. I just wanted to ask our staff if we have that resolved, if we've confirmed all of the different street jurisdictions.
Assistant Superintendent Schroeder.
Chair Vita, Commissioner Meyer, we do not yet. We appreciate the diligent efforts of Ms. Brzaitis, and as I've mentioned before, there are people in this community who have done a lot of really good research on behalf of the Park Board, and she is one, so we're following through on that. And by the time this comes before the full board, if this continues to advance, we'll have that answer.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent. Commissioner French, followed by Forney.
I know it seems perplexing and a lot of change for a lot of folks, and we're not voting to change any name right now. We're voting to change the ordinance. But I think sometimes history reflects badly on certain people and certain ideals that we had in the past. And it's up to folks that are trustees of city, trustees of parks, to make changes when it needs to be made changes. We're talking about a man who lobbied to say that slavery was the God-given right of white people in the South. I don't want to sugarcoat that. We wouldn't ask survivors of the Holocaust to walk down streets named after Hitler. We wouldn't do that. We wouldn't even think about doing that. We wouldn't create some fancy way of making it happen and making it okay with people. This guy was a bad guy, a bad dude, and we need to change the name. That's just it. We don't ask any other group of folks besides black folks and Native Americans to go and walk through places with the names of their oppressors. Let's change that.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. Really, it's true, Commissioner French, what he said, that we're not changing anything, okay? We're just merely setting this in ordinance. And yes, the elephant in the room is that Calhoun will probably be an action that we will be looking at some point. What we have now is we have, in respect to the naming of our roadways and everything like that, is a draft ordinance, okay, that guarantees some process. But what Commissioner Vitow and I brought up at our last meeting and everything was that we feel it would be important to have a process that reflects what the city presently has. It gives more protections, and it also gives more transparency. That is, to me, what's really, really critical. So I'm not going to read the entire city ordinance. I would like to direct staff to come up with something that we can amend this ordinance to reflect that process. And like I say, to make it more transparent for people to be involved. I agree wholeheartedly that our values are incredibly important. I look at, though, if we are changing the name of the, I think it's 3 roadways, okay? I want this to be an opportunity to raise people's consciousness, and that to me is very critical. I don't want it to be, shall we say, punitive. I want it to be, positive and raise people's values as well. That aside, I really do think that it'd be productive for everyone that we have a ordinance that is the process that is reflective, mirrors the city. So I'd like to direct staff to draft an amendment to have that particular process put into, added to the ordinance.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion on 2019-153, all of those in favor of 2019-153, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. I would entertain a resolution for 20, I believe Commissioner Severson has a resolution in regards to 2019-158.
I'd like to make a motion on table resolution 2019-158.
There's been a motion to untable resolution 2019-158. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any motion to untable resolution 2019-158? Commissioner Forney on the motion to untable.
Mr. President, I think the correct motion would be to take from
on the motion to take from the table. Is there discussion on the motion to take from the table?
So to take from the table, if somebody could please explain to me exactly what that means, that the resolution then is open for...
Council Rice and parliamentarian, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it would be my understanding that if the motion to take from the table is approved by this board, the motion would then be up for discussion as it has been moved and seconded in our last session, and it would be a continuation of that discussion.
If I could add, yes, President Bourne, you're correct. The board would need it has a motion before it. This will take 5 votes to take the matter from the table, and then if that passes and has 5 votes, you will pick up the discussion exactly where it left off at the previous meeting. So if there were any pending motions at that time, or the discussion starts again.
And the number of speakers who had spoken how many times, that this is a continuation of that discussion.
Wherever it was wherever the matter was at the last meeting.
Thank you, Council.
Yes, I do have another question. Okay, and so just point of order, if I'm correct,
take from the table.
Take from the table. Someone to move it needs to be somebody who is a part of tabling it.
Mr. President, Commissioner Forney, no, that would not be correct.
Okay, that's what
the motion only requires any member. It's on our rules, Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised 11th edition, page 213, line 11. Any member can move to take a question from the table in a regular meeting, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, my misinformation.
It's not an uncommon understanding. It seems like it could be in the nature of a motion to reconsider. Actually, it's not. It's just a motion to take from the table. But last time, I think was decided there was other pressing business that needed to be done and move forward. And I think I did listen to the tape, and I think the intent was to bring it back. But in any event, any member can move to take it from the table. It takes 5 votes. You don't have to be on the prevailing side.
Thank you, Council Rice. Is there any further discussion on the resolution to take 2019-158 from the table? Is there any further discussion on the motion to take it from the table? Seeing none, all those in favor of taking resolution 2019-158 from the table, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions? The motion is taken from the table. Commissioner French has requested a roll call on taking 2019-158 from the table. Secretary Ringgold, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Kogan.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita.
No.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Nay.
Vice President Hassan.
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 6 ayes, 2 nays, 1 absent.
2019-158 has been taken from the table. Can I see a show of hands on the honor system, everybody that spoke to the resolution, that recalls speaking to the resolution in our last session? So I'm seeing
No.
to the main, to 2019-158, who recalls being recognized to speak to the motion?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
So I'm seeing,
I wasn't on the committee, so I know.
it was before the full board.
Yeah, everyone, I think, is spoke.
So I think everybody except Commissioner Severson has spoken at least one time to the motion. Council Rice.
Mr. Chair, I did not, I listened to the tape on that point. I know there was a series of amendments that were offered at the last, there was a series of 4-4 votes, and I believe they had to deal with amendments. So I don't know if you ever actually got to the main motion, but I would defer to the Secretary Ringgold for the minutes and where you were procedurally.
I'm proposing 2 courses of action because I would venture to guess that we probably don't have records of how many times Commissioner spoke to the main motion. Secretary Ringgold, am I correct in that assumption?
President Bourne, Commissioners, I don't have records of how many times individuals spoke to the main motions or each of the amendments. I will say that the only thing on the table at the time was the primary motion. All the other amendments had been closed out.
Okay. So what I would propose for this board, if there are no objections, is everyone with the exception of Commissioner Severson, because he was not here, would limit themselves to one time to address the motion. Under our rules, we're allowed to address the motion and then have a second time to speak. Without recessing the entire board right now and going back and reviewing the tape and counting up how many times everybody spoke to what motion, I would propose that as a course of action. Is there any objection to that course of action?
Yeah, I think we should be a clean slate. Yeah, just start anew.
Is there any objection to that course of action? Okay, then the alternative that I would offer would be I can give every person an opportunity to address the main motion and to respond one time per our rules and start the conversation anew, with the caveat that any motions and amendments that had been put on the floor from the last meeting have already been considered. Do I see any objection to that? Seeing no objection.
Yeah.
The motion to table, as our parliamentarian has told us, is a continuation of the last discussion. So we are picking up exactly where we left off, as if that meeting had not adjourned. That is what a motion to place something on the table does. So, according to our rules, every commissioner can address a main motion and respond once to a main motion. Without recessing the board and going back and looking at that, what I'm asking folks to agree to is that everybody have one more opportunity to address the main motion and one more opportunity to respond. We have already dealt with a series of amendments that have already been made and dealt with in this session, which is a continuation of our last meeting under our rules. That's how a motion to table works. So I will entertain commissioners will have the opportunity to speak once and then rebut. I would ask Secretary Ringgold to start, while we're doing that, to start looking up the chart, start looking up the minutes for what amendments were offered and defeated, because I will not be entertaining those again because we are still in the same session. So to the main motion, I see Commissioner Forney.
In our board packet of last week, I do not believe that the items that are in the board packet this week are the same. And so it is, to me, a very different item that we are discussing at this time. And to then put caveats on what we can address in the motion, to me, is out of order.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Vita.
Thank you, President Bourne. So again, just a continuation of last week. I do appreciate Commissioner Cogill tabling it and giving us time to review the names that were submitted. But I just want to say again that a person who I feel like should really be on this committee has been overlooked. That person is an ambassador for Outdoor Afro, which is a national movement to get more people of color outdoors, kayaking, hiking, doing outdoor activity. That person applied months ago. That person's name did not make the cut of the 6, and that is my pushback on this. I talked to President Bourne briefly about that after the names were, after a couple names were given to me of people who were going to be appointed to this committee. I'm not in favor of President Bourne selecting the 6 people for this committee. I've been told, I don't know how many times, that we unanimously voted for this. I definitely was confused about what I was voting for. If I voted for, and I'm gonna say this in the nicest way possible. So the history of policing is that people of color are the most disenfranchised. I find it, I'm struggling with the fact that a white man gets to appoint people to this committee. We all know in the world that we live in that white men have the least problems with policing. So this is just hard for me. It's hard for me to move this forward. It's going to be hard for me to move forward in the future with President Bourne being the person who can select the people that are going to be on our committees if we are calling ourselves a transparent board, if we're trying to do something different than what we've done in the past. So again, I feel like as a black woman, I should definitely have a voice in who's going to be on a police advisory committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. I didn't see. I'm going to go with Commissioner French, followed by followed by Commissioner Cogill, followed by Vice President Hassan.
Secretary Ringo, question. When this original vote was taken, back in December, when we originally decided that we were going to pick a group of 6 people, I believe.
12.
President Bourne, Commissioner French, it was actually in September of 2018. Yeah.
And do we know how that vote took place? Who voted what on that day?
Let me look up the minutes.
Okay.
Okay. While the secretary is looking that up, would you like to defer your time and come back?
Absolutely.
While the secretary is looking up the vote tallies of, I believe it was Resolution 2018-225. I will recognize Chair Cogill, or excuse me, Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, President Bourne. Wanted to speak to this resolution in the following couple points. First, as somebody who was involved in development of the original Police Advisory Council resolution, it was my understanding that the President would bring forward a slate of candidates for consideration by the board, which is what has happened. I am happy that I moved to table this so that everybody had a chance to review the slate of candidates. And I am also happy to, at this time, consider an amendment to include a change to that slate. Commissioner Vita mentioned an individual who she feels passionately should be on this council, and I certainly think that this is the time, with the resolution being put forward, to make that amendment. Should it be so supported by my commissioners, I personally would be in support of that amendment. And that's all I'll say at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. I'm looking to Secretary Ringel. Do you still need some additional time?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, Secretary Ringel.
President Bourne, Commissioners, the composition and essentially charge of this committee was approved on September 12th, 2018. Commissioner Cogill moved it. Commissioner French seconded it. The ayes were President Bourne, Vice President Hassan, Commissioner Forney, Commissioner French, Commissioner Meyer, Commissioner Severson, Commissioner Cogill, and Commissioner Musich. Absent was Commissioner Vita.
Okay. Thank you. Yep, I'll go back to the balance of your time.
So, and the reason I brought that up is because I remember it was a really robust conversation about how the process was working. I didn't initially agree with President Bourne having a right. Having a right to pick all the folks on this committee. If we don't like the folks that are listed, we have the right to say no go, and we'll start all over again. We gave the president the right to do that. We did. We gave the president. We all voted for that, and we could have changed the process at that time and decided a different process. But it seems like we made a decision, and then 3 months later, we got buyer's remorse, and I'm trying to figure out why. So that's the only thing I want to say. I know a lot of folks that are sitting there opposing this actually, well, not a lot, but a few people actually supported this. So I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner French, for the balance of your first time. Vice President Hassan.
Thank you, President Bourne. Well, I think we have accomplished a lot, and as advisory, working with police chief, former superintendent Mary Merrill, and the rest of the commissioners. I did vote for the motion, I remember last year, and the reason why was because I think we should give a full authority to the president, who we all elected to do such work and to be trusted the work that he's bringing forward. There's a process I respect, but then if every commissioner requests to get amend and request someone that they love or they want them to serve on the board, and I don't think anything will change anyways. It's 6 people that the president bringing, and the one of the commissioner wants to see to be on the board. I don't think it'll make any difference. And if this changes, then we should give a chance for all the commissioners who wants to appoint someone. I've worked closely with the president, and then I'm sure some of you can see some of the changes that we have done in our park police and how we're doing everything we can. We all got elected for a reason. I don't think adding someone will change, to my point. I just don't see that. And then the other thing, the park police cars right now, you guys can see they look different. They reflect the communities that they serve. So we should also give the staff that also doing a great job. I'm sure it's not only the advisory team that the president is appointing that's making all the decisions. At the end of the day, we are the people that will vote, that will make the anything that they bring forward. And I do respect the motion and the amendments that some of the commission wants to see it, but I just don't see any difference that will bring other than making someone happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. Commissioner Meyer.
I'd like to amend the motion to add a 7th member, Alora Jones. That's A-L-O-R-A, and I will speak to the motion if you let me.
There has been an amendment that has been moved and seconded to add Alora Jones to the slate of 6. that I have nominated. Speaking to the amendment, I have Commissioner Meyer. Are you speaking to the amendment?
No, sorry.
And followed by Commissioner French.
So I'll note that not everyone voted for the president. And I feel that the ones who didn't should have at least a voice on this committee. So Laura Jones is the person in question that Commissioner Vitae has requested to add. I think it's entirely appropriate to do that, considering that since we passed the original motion in September, we created the new Police Oversight Committee, and Commissioner Vitae is the chair of that, so that I think is a good reason for us to reconsider the structure of the original committee that we had. Another advantage to this is that it would give us an odd number, so you would avoid tied votes. And I just feel like we should work to be collaborative about these things. I think we stand on the same page on a lot of issues. So I would ask commissioners to vote for this compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. To the amendment, I have French followed by Vita.
Commissioner Meyer, can everybody get a chance to pick somebody then? I want to move for every commissioner to get a chance to pick somebody and put on this board. If that's the case.
I am not going to. I'm not going to allow a response to that.
Can I make a point of order then that you already ruled that out of order since we considered that the last time?
It's been noted. Commissioner Vita for the first time.
Thank you, President Bourne. I would just like to say that I think it's very unfortunate that a commissioner would think that adding a community's voice to this committee is not going to bring anything. I think that for me, if there was 50 people on this committee, it couldn't be bad, right? Like, you can never have enough community voices. So I think it's unfortunate that a person whom I know, this person is not my friend, my sister, my anything. This is a community member who reached out to me months ago, who does this work. And so, again, I think we should all think about the platforms we ran on, talking about community input and being transparent, and really acknowledge that adding 2 additional people is not a bad idea. How many? If every commissioner gets another person, it's not a bad idea. And then also the second point is that I'm finding it hard to deal with commissioners continuing to say, if Commissioner Vital gets 1 or 2, why don't we? If President Bourne gets 6, why don't we? It's the same thing. If he gets 6, I want 6. But I'm here and I'm asking for 1. I'm asking for some consideration for a community member who reached out that would have never done this, that wants to have a seat at the table, something that I'm a fan of, people having a seat at the table, particularly people and women of color. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. To the amendment, before we take the vote, I'll just speak to that. Ms. Jones reached out to me as well. There were about 20 people, and just for clarification, the board is picking these 6 people. The instruction that I was given was to nominate a slate of 6 for your consideration. So you have the absolute freedom, if there are names here that you do not like, you have the freedom to amend those names. You have the freedom to swap those out. I am not picking 6 people. I am following the direction of the board to nominate 6 people, and it is your job to confirm those. It is your job to modify that list. I'm following the board's direction. To that, I believe 20 people had applied for consideration. I reviewed their applications all very closely. There were 3 of them who I was comfortable bringing forward. There were the balance I was not, and I solicited some additional applications, and I am very proud of the slate of the 6 that I am bringing forward. I believe that it does represent a the interests of the entire board. But that is for you to decide. There were some folks that I believe that were grossly inappropriate to serve on this committee. There are some folks that it was frankly a tough call. To the amendment, Miss Laura Jones was one of those that fell into the tough call category. If the board wanted to amend this to include her, my only caveat and the tough call and the reason that I made to leave her on the table was that in reviewing her application, it's my understanding that she works for the Lopet Foundation. And I'm not entirely sure how much influence the Lopet Foundation needs to have in every single item. The board had in a week, about a week before I brought those names forward, accepted a gift from the Lopet Foundation and the Minneapolis Foundation to send Superintendent Bangora, myself, and Commissioner Vita to Quebec. She was a very compelling candidate. The reason why I left her on the table is I'm not sure how much influence that the Lopet Foundation, one of our business partners, needs in every single thing that we do. But she was a compelling candidate. It was a difficult decision to leave her behind. And it was a tough call. These were the best six people. I will stand behind them, and I'm honored to bring their names forward. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Any further discussion on the amendment? Commissioner Forney, for the first time on the amendment.
Thank you. I'm supportive of the amendment. One of my difficulties in this whole thing has been the lack of transparency. We tabled it largely because it was presented to us, 2 hours before the meeting. And as I indicated at the beginning of this, that I don't feel that what was in the packet last time, I haven't done a page-by-page, comparison and everything. What was in the last week's packet is the same as what's in this week's packet. So I feel like there's these bits and pieces that have been coming out. And now to hear that the president actually went out and solicited additional applications, to me, I find also not within the transparency of what we voted on. Now, what I read is, in essence, a two-step process of this application process. It says here specifically that the applicants will be reviewed by a cross-functional group of staff for recommendation to the Board of Commissioners for nomination. That hasn't happened. We haven't seen what the staff, initially stated. Instead, what we were presented with was the 6 members that obviously was excluded what staff recommended. And so the lack of transparency, I mean, what Mr. Tamburino indicated, there were different applications. We've now solicited applications, whatever. Do I have anything basically wrong with these 6 people? It's not a matter of that. It's a matter that this seems flawed. And I'm hearing that, Commissioner Vitow, being that she's going to be the chair of this committee and everything like that, I think I'm hearing that she might accept who the nominees that the president has put forward is fine. If she could just ask for one more additional, if he solicited new, whatever, hers was an original applicant. So if she's okay with the original 6, I'm okay. I don't have any radical issues with that. I just wish that what we had seen forwarded from the staff, we had seen that originally. We didn't see it. So there was a step that was been left out of this. And, so once again, a lack of transparency is my difficulty with this, but I am happy to accept the amendment as it stands.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Severson, to the amendment for the first time.
So, Meg, I really appreciate your stance on that, but if my community wasn't solicited, there probably won't be a lot of Northsiders on this board, or there probably won't be a lot of people applying to get in. Now, you can shake your head and do that, but it's obvious you're not really involved and engaged in North Minneapolis then, because a lot of people in North Minneapolis aren't involved and engaged because the government process has superseded us, and has chosen not to involve and engage a lot of people in North Minneapolis. So I would encourage everybody on this board to always reach out to people of North Minneapolis and try to involve and engage them somehow, some way. I don't see anything improper being done on that. I actually supported Commissioner Vita's point of putting somebody on there, but coming to find more information that this person works for the LOPIT, it makes me a little uneasy. I know that it's extremely important to you, particularly Commissioner Musich, about conflicts of interest, as you have raised them with me in my position working for the school board. So my question to President Bourne, of this 6 impressive list here, are any of these people involved or with our business partners, or are we paying them on any type of level?
No, they are not, Commissioner Severson.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a question for council on the process and the definition of some words and helping to perhaps help clarify the resolution. Council Rice, as I'm reading 2018-225, under paragraph 9, there is under the final approved resolution, there is a membership structure paragraph, and it says community members can submit an application to be reviewed by a cross-functional group of staff for recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. Council Rice, I'm looking for some clarification and definition between the words can and must.
Well, Mr. President, I mean, I think if there wasn't an intent to have these applications reviewed by the staff, I don't know why it would have been referenced in the resolution.
Okay. So my second question then is a slate of 6 members will be nominated by the president of the board. So when I'm looking at those 2 pieces, will is very different than may or should or might. It's my understanding that my instruction from this board was that I shall and I will nominate 6 people. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, Mr. Chair, as I look at this, I think you met your obligation that you nominated 6 people to be members of this committee. I think on a matter like this, it isn't an ordinance, it was an action. Ultimately, this board reserves to itself how many people to put on any committee, unless it's been like a formal resolution that's, I think at any time, the board can pretty much, the group of you can decide to do whatever you want.
Okay. Then my last piece on that sentence is it says a slate of 6 members will be nominated by the president of the board and then subject to approval by a majority of Board of Commissioners. So reading that sentence, Council Rice, I'm correct in my assumption that I am not appointing these people. I am presenting these names for the board's consideration. Is that correct?
Mr. President, yes, you've nominated the names, and it's a matter for the board to decide what to do with those. Thank you.
And we do have several instances within our board rules where the president actually just does have the authority to appoint membership on committees, which is very different than the resolution here where the president has the responsibility to nominate. Am I understanding that correct, and that there are some differences here?
Mr. President, if we're talking about the board's rules for organization, that's where the president nominates, or rather appoints a chair or appoints members of committee.
Okay, thank you, Council Rice. Is there any other discussion to the amendment, Commissioner Severson, to the amendment for the second time?
Yeah, I just wanted to make an apology. I meant Commissioner Forney, not Commissioner Meg. I just wanted to apologize for that mistake and respect my colleague.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson, for that correction to the record. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, I would ask the Secretary to take the roll on the amendment.
Commissioner Kogia.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Pass.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
Pass.
President Bourne.
I will abstain.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
Abstain.
President Bourne, you have 6 ayes, 2 abstentions, abstention.
Thank you, Secretary Ringgold.
And 1 absent.
The motion to amend the resolution to include Ms. Alora Jones has been, the resolution has been amended. Is there any further discussion on the main motion? Is there any further discussion on the main motion? Commissioner Severson, is there discussion?
Amendment. I want to amend.
Yes, is there, that would, Commissioner French for the second time to the main motion.
I would like that amendment to allow other commissioners to pick representatives to the community.
I believe that that is substantially similar to a resolution that was voted on and defeated earlier in this session. Secretary Ringgold, could you confirm?
President Bourne, Commissioners, there were 3 previous amendment attempts on this action. One of them would have added, let me just confirm, 2 people to the committee to be nominated by Commissioner Vita for full board approval. The second one would have been to have each member of the board be able to add a member to the committee. And the last one was for a Commissioner Vita to be able to appoint 2 individuals to the committee without board approval.
Council Rice.
Mr. President, to Commissioner French, since you voted, I believe you voted on the prevailing side of the motion, which you're now making, you can always move to reconsider that motion to allow each commissioner to appoint.
I'd like to reconsider.
Before we reconsider, I just want confirmation from our parliamentarian. How deep can a main motion be amended? It can hold 2 amendments?
Mr. President, as I understand procedurally, there is no amendment now pending before the board on this motion. Is that correct?
This is a motion on the
main motion.
The main motion has been amended once.
Right. You can amend a main motion as many times as you want.
Okay.
You can
an amendment can only hold 2
right.
amendments. Got it.
But at this point, the main motion is before the body, and I think the intent of Commissioner French now would be to reconsider the motion that had failed at the last meeting, but he can always reconsider the motion.
All right, so Commissioner French is putting forward a motion to reconsider the, Secretary Ringgold, could you restate the amendment that Commissioner French is asking to be reconsidered?
President Bourne, Commissioner French, my understanding is that the motion on the table is for each commissioner to be able to appoint a member to this committee. My understanding is that would be in addition to the 6-member slate that's been presented.
Which is now 7.
Which is now 7.
The 7-member slate that's now presented.
Yes.
I would look to the motion maker to clarify that.
Commissioner French, can you clarify, it's the Secretary and my understanding that you would like to reconsider a motion that would allow 9 additional appointees?
Yes.
Okay.
No, 8. I'm sorry.
Yes.
8
That would-
additional appointees.
You would like to add 8 additional appointees by whom?
By the commissioners. Each commissioner.
There are
chooses
9
8.
commissioners on the
But
board.
other commissioners already picked a person, so.
that's, Commissioner French, that's actually inaccurate. The slate that the entire board will vote on is now 7. So the entire board will, I think I understand what you're saying and asking. The entire board would have a vote to whether or not to approve Ms. Alora Jones. You would be looking to add 9 additional appointees that would not be subject to a board vote. So each commissioner would be able to add 1. Is that
Yes.
your intent?
Yes.
So there is an amendment to the main motion to add 9 additional representatives to this committee to be appointed by each individual commissioner. I have not heard a second to that amendment. Is there a second to that amendment?
Second.
That amendment has been moved and seconded. Is there anyone that would like to speak to the French amendment to add 9 additional appointees by commissioners? Are folks looking to speak to that amendment? I'm going to just start down here and go this way with the exception, I'll start with the motion maker who has the privilege to speak first.
The reason I push forth this amendment is because I really think that we all should have representation. If one person is allowed to pick somebody from the community, I think we all should be allowed to do that. Not trying to rain on anybody's parade. I just want everybody to have the same amount of input. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Meyer to the amendment.
So for clarification, this is no longer a motion to be considered, it's a new amendment. And I just want to clarify what it is. It's 1 for each commissioner, including the president, plus 7, including Laura Jones. Is that correct, for a total of 16?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And then my question for the president and the staff, I mean, we struggled to get the original applicants and, had a 6-month delay to get that, and we had to solicit members from the community, which I'll just say, I completely agree with Commissioner Severson that that's an entirely appropriate thing to do. But I'm just wondering if we're going to have trouble getting enough interest if we struggle to get 6 to get 16.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. The next speaker I have to the amendment is Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, President Bourne. My understanding of this motion would render effectively the original resolution inadequate and kind of moot because we don't have the names of the other folks that we would be putting forward. We have less than half the names. I'd also mention that this was a point of discussion when we were coming forward with the entire concept of the construction of this advisory council in the first place, and it was something that was discussed with staff at many points in the process. I was willing to support an additional single person, and I didn't think that really got outside of the scope of having a small group of people working with staff on thinking about how our police work with our community. This would render that structure of having close collaboration and getting community members to deeply understand policing and public safety and thinking about innovation and change in that process completely moot. I don't think I could support that. If it's the opinion of the rest of the commissioners that the current setup of, now 7 folks is inadequate, then I think we would need to take a step back on this, and I would really like to not do that because this advisory council should have started not just yesterday, but a long time ago. We need to have this. We need to be working with our community members, and I think it behooves all of us to take an action now on the construction of this council so we can get moving with having community members working really closely with our staff to think about the future of public safety in our parks.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. Commissioner Severson to the amendment.
I'm against. Can I speak on this now?
You may.
All right. This is typically what happens when we're talking about trying to adjust and make some changes when it comes to policing in our communities. Community wants change, community wants change, gets to the government level, then we slow way down, and then guess what? Change doesn't happen, specifically that the community wants to see. I believe right now that put forth specifically in my community that I trust the people that are on this board that have been put up for nomination. I believe now is the time to move forward with this 6 with the addition of Commissioner Vital's 7. How long are we going to push this back, folks? I mean, I believe right now that we need to just, I'm getting ready to call the question, but I want to be respectful of everyone to have a word. But I think Commissioner French has good intent with this. I'm going to vote no on this amendment. I believe in the people that have been put forward. And I think let's move on this now so that our constituents see that we're serious about making positive change when it comes to policing in our communities.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. I have Commissioner Vita to the amendment.
Yes. Thank you, President Bourne. Just a clarifying question. Didn't we receive a list of maybe 20 names of people who applied to be on this committee? So we do have, to Commissioner French's amendment, we have the people there available who have applied. We have additional names of people that we can choose from that we had the opportunity to look at since last week's meeting. So I mean, I don't see why we can't use the list of names that we have before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Is there any more discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, all of those in favor of the amendment to add 9 appointees in addition to the slate being moved forward, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
No. I believe the motion fails. Can I ask for a quick roll call?
Let's do a quick roll call. Commissioner Cogill.
Nay.
Commissioner Severson.
No.
Commissioner Meyer.
No.
Commissioner Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Nay. It's like, which motion are we doing?
Vice President Hassan.
Hey.
President Bourne.
No.
You have 2 ayes, 6 nays, 1 absent.
We're back to the main motion. As a courtesy, I do have, I believe I have at least 3 of the nominees that I put forward. Is there, as we are considering them, would they like to introduce themselves very briefly for consideration and have maybe 1 to 2 minutes to speak to their nomination? I see Miss O'Brien is here, Ms. Nazad and Jay Cheyun Win are here. Are there any of the nominees that are here that would like to speak to their nominations? I'm seeing a couple of head shakes. I am going to start because I'm going to start with Miss Roxanne O'Brien, go to Sheila Najad, and then Jay Hyun Shin. Ms. O'Brien, if you could address the board and speak to your nomination for up to 2 minutes,
Okay.
Thank you and welcome.
First of all, thank you for even considering me. I know I've been up here a couple times talking about police officers, so it was really nice to kind of see people follow back up. And I agree with you, Cal. I actually didn't know anything about it until you reached out to me. So I really didn't come to talk about my actual nomination. I came just to see what was happening up here because I heard there was some tension last meeting. And I know a few of you enough to find out what's happening. So now that I'm sitting here looking at it, I just want to leave you guys with something. You know, there's a lot of work that needs to be done out here. And I think that sometimes we get carried away in politics and we forget that we've got all these people depending on us to figure this out. So I will say that I'm a little concerned about the dynamics that's happening up here. And coming from an outside perspective, I can see the tension between my people, and I'm concerned about that because they already, you know, the powers that be already want us all to fail and fight with each other. So I would just ask that we continue to remember the people and why we're doing this, and push the politics aside and push the cliquey stuff aside, because I know that happens on boards. I'm on 7 of them. And that's all I wanted to say. I appreciate y'all for doing this good work. I think it's amazing. And I look forward to the first meeting. I'm like, dang, if we already got controversy now, I can't even imagine what it's going to be when the meeting starts.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien, and thank you for being willing to serve. Ms. Najad?
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for considering my nomination. My name is Sheila Najad. I worked in Minnehaha Falls Park for 7 years, so that was part of my interest in serving on this commission. Was after the incident that happened in Minnehaha Falls, you know, that was documented, but I had seen many such incidences happen in my time working there. And so I would love the opportunity to serve on this CAC to explore how we can create healthy, safe, vibrant parks in the context of looking at park police. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Najad. Jay Hayoun, would you like to address the board? Welcome, and thank you for being willing to serve.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioners. My name is Jaehan Shim. I'm a resident of the Phillips neighborhood. I work in a community-based organization, and I'm part of 2 different organizing projects around athletics and getting specifically people of color and queer people out into the world. So I'm part of the Urban Bird Collective, which is to get BIPOC folks and queer folks out birding, which is mostly an old white man's activity, to be honest. And I'm also a member of the Subversive Sirens. And if you've heard of our swim team, we have a pretty political platform. We swim for Black liberation, we swim for body positivity, equity in athletics, and for queer visibility. So I hope that I can bring some of that equity-minded lens to sit on this commission, or committee, and thank you for considering me.
Thank you, Jay Hayoun. I have Commissioner Vice President Hassan to the main motion.
Thank you, President Bourne. I'm very impressed by the people that just came up, and seeing them in the community, I'm confident. I'm confident they'll do a great job for the people of Minneapolis, and I just can't wait to work with you guys. And I will just say that let's I'll call a question. And let's move to a vote.
There has been a motion to call the question on the main motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All of those in favor of calling the question, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? To the main motion, all those in favor of the resolution as amended, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The resolution passes unanimously. Moving on, and thank you to everybody for their willingness to serve. Moving on to, I've had a request to move 11A1, 2019-173, before the discussion item on full-service community schools. We have Superintendent Emeritus Merrill here. There's a solemn solemn resolution that we are introducing. I would entertain a motion. I would entertain a motion on Resolution 2019-173, which is a resolution honoring Emily Nancy Arrow Phillips for her years of dedication and service to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. I've asked, once the resolution is moved, if Superintendent Emeritus Merrill, who is a longtime colleague of Miss Arrow Phillips, would come and read the entire resolution, which is very beautiful, and maybe say a few words about their career together. Is there a motion? It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Superintendent Emeritus Merrill, if you would come forward, welcome back. And I don't know if Miss Arrow Phillips' family would like to join Superintendent Emeritus Merrill at the podium. Thank you for your patience on getting to this point in the agenda, and welcome.
Good evening, President Bourne, members of the board, commissioners, Superintendent Bangora. It's with a heavy heart that I come asking, of course, your full support for this resolution honoring Emily Nancy Errol Phillips and the work that she's done for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. I have known her for a very, very long time, but it's really the time that we worked as colleagues on the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board that I want to speak to specifically. Her undying support and her undying energy that she had in regard to children and youth and recreation programs in the city of Minneapolis is just absolutely amazing. Her ability to collaborate with staff, the synergy that she brought along with, there are many of the staff in the back of the room, Heidi Polk, Margaret, Mimi, all of them, and many others that I haven't named, such as Corky Wiseman. Her ability to work through issues was uncanny, and her ability to be able to put something together, make it happen, was really legendary. I just want to say two things about that illustrate to me the incredible commitment and talent that Emily Errol Phillips had. When she became the coordinator for the TeamWorks youth employment, which was a whole new model for youth employment. No one had ever done it that way before. We had consulted with street workers, we had consulted with neighborhood organizations, and to come up with the model that we came up with. But one of the things that I remember about Emily is that we employed that first summer over 200 young people, but she knew the name of every single child. The name of every single, I'm like, how? I mean, this program has only been going for, 4 weeks. Emily, you know all of these children's names? She knew them, every single one, which said to me about her commitment. And not only her commitment, but her intellect, that she would be able to remember all of those young people and call them by name. One other small story, in that same program, the superintendent at that time was David Fisher. I was assistant superintendent. And he wanted us to have, as a part of the program, these little chits that the kids would get, a little wooden nickel, if you will, at the end of each day to symbolize their pay for that day. And at the end of the 2-week period, they could turn them in and then receive a check. And as I was talking to Emily about that piece of the program, she said, Mary, I'm sorry, but my mother told me not to accept any wooden nickels. And so I said, Emily, I'm sorry, but we're going to make this happen. This is going to work. We're going to do this, okay? And she just looked at me, and she went forward, and they began to work on that program where a young person would receive the chit at the end of the day. But in addition to that, when they came to work on time, they got a nickel. When they showed initiative in doing a task, they got a nickel. So every time there was a good behavior, they got this wooden chit. And they became known as good guy tokens. Good guy tokens. And at the end of the summer, they turned in their tokens for the pay at the end of 2 weeks. But at the end of the summer, they wanted to keep those tokens. They said, no, these are my good guy tokens. I acted like a good guy, I got them. And so at the end of the summer, they were able to utilize those good guy tokens to buy school supplies, to go to Valley Fair, to go to the state fair. But the point is that she took something that she really didn't necessarily agree with and made a great tool for helping those young people learn the lessons of how you hold down and maintain a job. So I would like to take a moment. Oh, okay. You think I can see it?
Or mine.
I would like to read this with the individuals who are here. Bessie Thomas, who is a sister and lifelong friend. Of course, Emily's brother, Eric, and our friend, Belinda Davis, who's also a longtime friend and colleague of Emily Errol Phillips. YMAP. That was Youth in Minneapolis After School Program. Okay, and I would read Resolution 2019-173. Resolution honoring Emily Nancy Errol Phillips for her years of dedicated service to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, and I would say the city of Minneapolis. Whereas Emily's service to the board began in June of 1986 as a recreation specialist, and over the years she assumed positions including as the first coordinator of the Teen Teamworks Youth Employment Program, recreation coordinator, recreation leader, recreation supervisor, recreation research planner, and recreation programs manager. Whereas changing careers, Emily became became the public information and marketing manager with the administration division. Then returned to planning division as the director of community planning, and in 1907 became the River District Research Planner and until her retirement in December 2009. Whereas Emily returned to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board in July 2012 to support the Youth Development Department developing the Mosaic Program Evaluation System that is still used today, and collecting, assessing, and preparing data and reports used to improve and enhance programs, services, and employment for Minneapolis youth. Whereas Emily was knowledgeable and dependable, working in so many disciplines that afforded her the opportunity to look at programs and services from many perspectives. Her primary love, of course, was recreation programming, especially urban recreation, which she believed was critical for the healthy development of our children in the city of Minneapolis, and I added those words. Whereas Emily's reputation was one of kindness intertwined with wisdom as she talked with all of the staff who stopped by her work area to get advice or help with a project, ask questions about the history of the park board, or simply just to connect with someone who was always friendly and welcoming and real. Whereas Emily served the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board faithfully and with distinction for 23 years full-time and for 7 years part-time in her retirement until she passed away unexpectedly while with her husband in Nigeria. And whereas Emily will be greatly missed by the Park Board family, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners honor Emily Nancy Errol Phillips for her years of dedicated service to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, and be it resolved that the president of the board and secretary to the board are authorized to take the necessary administrative actions to implement this resolution. On this day, Resolution 2019-173, on this day of April the 3rd, 2019. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Emeritus. I'd like to follow Vice President Hassan's lead and ask for commissioners to stand as we take a roll call, but I do have any, I know there was an opportunity to already speak during open time, but if there's anything that the family would like to say in addition, we would be honored to hear it. Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Emily, for your lifetime of service. After we take a roll call vote, I'd ask us to observe just a moment of silence in honor of her lifetime of service.
Can we make comments?
We can. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't see any lights on.
I was
But
about
yes. So it sounds like there is some glowing things coming. So Commissioner French, followed by Commissioner Forney, or Commissioner Forney is French is the first.
Thank you. I'm still devastated that the loss of Emily. Shortly after she came on to staff and everything, I met her. She was, I'm not sure what the official title was, but she was the liaison to People for Parks, and I was either the chair or the treasurer, something anyway. And not to diminish anything from Emily, but her warmth, her caring, I don't know, whatever, to me is so, I don't know, typical is the right word, but it is so characteristic of so many staff members in this organization. We are so blessed to have people like Emily, and it is because of Emily. That is why we do. And I cherished her, knew her all through those years, and, you know, different times I would be active and not, but there would always be that radiant warmth that would come from her. And I was fortunate to work with her son, Sam, recently, and I'm so proud of the fact that she has left a legacy in him. And anyway, just know that it is a great loss for us, but she was an angel on earth, and she's still an angel amongst us. So thank you for sharing it with us.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney, Commissioner French, followed by Commissioner Vita.
I just want to say, I don't believe I've ever met Emily, but I was a grandma's boy. My grandma raised me, and Mary Mel is like my grandma to me. I've always told her that. And my grandma would always tell these stories about aunties that I never knew. Like I don't know, and she would tell these stories over and over again about such and such people. And when I became a commissioner, Mary Merrill would talk about Emily to me. And she would tell me stories about Emily just the way my grandma used to tell me about stories of women that I had no clue, never ever met in my life. So she must have been a great person, because I seen Jean Webb Bradford, who's a stalwart in our community, up here speaking for her, and Mary Merrill is here. So I want to take her on as being one of my aunties, like that. I want to know, all the good stuff that she's done, and whatever legacy she's set aside. She's probably got a lot of nieces and nephews and my little cousins out here that we got to take care of. So I love to hear these stories about her. So thank you for coming. And yes, I don't have anything else to say.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Vita.
Thank you, President Bourne. So to Miss Emily's family and friends, I want to say I'm so sorry for the loss, the tragic loss. And over the weekend, I wasn't sure what was on our agenda and what happened. I looked at my phone, I said, wow, these black people calling me. And it was just an outpouring of love for this. And people reached out to say, we need this, like we need support on this, and share stories of how great Miss Emily was. I have met her. She's, as Commissioner Forney said, she's left a legacy with her child in the park system, and just what she left for Teamworks and all the work she did in the community, the kids all over this city, like everywhere. I feel proud for all of us that we can honor her in this way. This is just a beautiful thing. Mary, you know this. I believe in honoring people when they're here. Like, let's not wait too late. It's never too late, but I wish we had the opportunity to honor her in this way. I know that she's looking down and listening and can hear all the outpouring of love that staff and community members, people who know and don't know her, have for her. I appreciate you all taking this stand and making sure that this happens for her and her family. I really appreciate that, and I'm more than happy to support. and someone who supported us for so long. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. I'll just add, I had a number of opportunities to work with her in limited capacities over the years, and just an incredibly wonderful soul. Thank you for sharing her life with us, and thank you for when she put in those hours that were way more than 40 hours a week, when she was doing that on behalf of the youth of Minneapolis, for being appreciative of why she was late for dinner at times, and she just dedicated her entire life to making sure that our youth had the resources that they needed to grow into healthy, strong adults. The one thing I take a little bit of solace in is when reading the really sad announcement that came from our staff, it sounded like she passed in a very peaceful and very lovely way, and in being someplace that sounded like a very wonderful place that she had always wanted to go. And when people can go out on top, that's always a very wonderful thing. And there's no doubt from the legacy of her work that she absolutely went out on top. And so thank you for sharing her life with us, and thank you for being patient as she dedicated all of those countless hours to us too. We're true beneficiaries, so thank you so much. So I would ask us, if there's no further comments, to follow Vice President Hassan's lead in standing up as the Secretary takes a roll for what I am sure will be a unanimous vote. And then I would ask us to observe a brief moment of silence.
Commissioner Vita. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill. Aye. Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
Strong aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
Thank you. The resolution passes unanimously. If I could ask for a brief moment of silence in recognition of her lifetime of service to the children of Minneapolis. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, and we'll take a brief minute while Assistant Superintendent Cox gets ready. We have a discussion item on our full-service community schools update.
Good evening, Commissioners. I don't have a formal presentation tonight, but as you requested some time ago, I am doing my regularly scheduled updates. So I just kind of want to give you a sense of what we've been working on since the last time I presented to you, which was probably shortly after January. So in this time, I've been doing what I've been thinking of as kind of foundation building, really getting myself prepared to understand this work more deeply so that we set ourselves up for the best opportunity for success with this project. To that end, Thober and I, the coordinator assigned to the project, have really stepped into being active learners. We have gone to conferences, both national ones. We've spent time with Minneapolis Public Schools doing some deep dives around the work with them. I have spent time with the 2 longtime practitioners in the work, both the former superintendent from Brooklyn Center Schools, Keith Lester, and a superintendent from St. Paul Public Schools, to learn from them. I wanted to hear what should I expect, what are the lessons learned, how to avoid pitfalls, and I'm grateful that they still take my phone calls. So I've gotten a lot of information from those guys about, what's been their success over time, what are the things that I should be thinking about on the very front end, and what things to avoid. As I mentioned, both Thober and I went to the national conference where we learned from people kind of throughout the state, and also a few throughout the country who are either embarking on the work or are already enjoying some successes in their communities with this model. So just to give you a sense of what is coming in the coming weeks is we will start to do some of the asset mapping. So that is taking a comprehensive look at what supports, what programs, what providers already exist within the school, who's already doing work in the school, and then zooming out a little bit and looking at what assets exist in the neighborhood around the school, and start to draw some lines to those programs, to those providers, so that we are taking a more coordinated approach to providing services to families and students at Bethune. And then lastly, we have just spent the last couple of weeks revising a survey that will go to parents about what they're interested in and what they identify as needs for the school community, and will also be implementing or delivering a survey to students to hear their voice as well. So that's the work that we have been doing in the past week, and past months I should say, and what's coming in the coming weeks around full service community schools. May I answer any questions for you about the updates?
Go ahead. I'm in charge of that.
Did you attend the Full Service Community School Conference that was held a couple weeks ago?
I did.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Sure. So there were possibly, it was a 2-day conference, full day. There were a little less than 100 or so participants from both here in the state and from across the country. Maybe I should say around the region. So some Iowa, some Wisconsin. There was a big contingent from Rochester, Minnesota. Minneapolis Public Schools kind of had a full complement of staff from their other 2 schools that they'll be launching this fall there. And one of the biggest lessons learned was they reiterated over and over again about understanding what already exists in your community. Before you take off and try to bring more resources, really understand what already exists and think about ways to maximize those services. One of the downfalls is people have taken over time this kind of scattershot approach to full service community schools. Let's bring in this resource, let's bring in this one, and there isn't the coordination that happens to ensure that the thing you're doing works well with the thing that you're doing, or how do we leverage those 2 resources together so that we get a greater impact for students and families. And so that was the largest takeaway, that we spend the time necessary to understand what already exists, and also ensuring that we hear from parents so they don't feel like they are outside the process, but that their voice was honored, and that we are doing what we can to meet their needs based on how they describe their needs.
I just want to say thank you, Assistant Superintendent Cox, for all the work you've done and spearheading and the leadership that you've done on this initiative. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all your updates.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cogill?
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. I thank you so much for the presentation. I'm wondering, is there any thought about, or has the county been involved at all in any of this, and do you see a role potentially in the future for the county to be involved at all as we're developing this?
Commissioner Cogill, potentially. What that looks like, I can't say in this moment because we haven't heard from families yet. We haven't heard if what they're looking for from the county is around housing. We haven't heard if it's looking around job development skills or any of those. So the short answer is possibly, but to what extent or how, I can't say.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any further discussion on the full service community schools update? Seeing none, again, thank you for keeping the board up to date on this. It's something we all care a lot about. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent. Moving on to petitions and communications, I will start with Commissioner Severson this week.
Superintendent, thank you, Chair Bourne. Superintendent spoke highly of partnering with the NCAA. I want to speak highly of Tyrese, Assistant Superintendent Cox. Gosh, I got to get better with these names. And recognize a lot of work and effort that was put into this. and to hear your staff speak so highly of you. If you haven't visited North Commons Park and see that gloomy blue wall that used to be there, and I guess I never thought of it, but it's painted white with some cool graffiti and some positive stuff on it. It looks phenomenal. So thanks to the NCAA and Dove Care Plus Men, right? Are we something close to there? But it's nice to see big organizations come to town and reinvest in their community. So I think that's all I have this week. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Forney.
Pass.
Commissioner French.
I guess I want to talk a little bit about some of the stuff that's going on with name changes of parkways and stuff. And I want to make sure I don't offend anybody, but I also want to make sure people are doing the same with me and not trying to offend the folks who look like me. It's time to start changing the way we do stuff. It's time to start changing what we name things after, because that means something. And when people are in power, do nothing, when they see stuff like that, when they don't do anything, it's like saying it's okay, and it's not okay.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, President Bourne. I don't have much to say right now, except for I really want to thank staff, specifically Colleen Odell, who's not here tonight, but who has been managing the Southwest Service Area master planning process. We're in the tail end of community engagement around some concept plans for all the parks in the Southwest Service Area, and staff has just been incredible in being really responsive and getting all the voices in the community who really have great opinions and ideas about the future of our parks and parkways in the Southwest Service Area to be heard, and really looking forward to the draft plan that results from this round of community engagement and to diving into that, and, along with the rest of my commissioners, to get that through and start the vision for the next 20 years of our parks in the service area. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to the return of Nice Ride on April 15th. Also wanted to note that Park Board staff have free Nice Ride passes now. It costs you $0 to sign up. So I hope all of you take advantage of it. Last year it was $25. So yeah, I noticed that I had a fair bit of competition for my bike parking spot this morning, and I hope to see more competition. Also, want to thank the Pesticide Advisory Committee for all their work. They've submitted their recommendations for us. Thank you, Michael, for coming in and speaking to that. It's in the packets and the petitions and communications. I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but I look forward to reading that this weekend and seeing the result of your work. And then we have our Day on the Hill tomorrow. We'll meet at noon at room 500N at the State Office Building, and then we'll be meeting with the governor's at the governor's office at 1 p.m. So hope to see all of you there. And finally, just wanted to echo Superintendent Bangora in sharing my condolences with President Bourne on the loss of your father, and to note your dedication in being here just after that happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vita.
Thank you, President Bourne, for starting on the other end this week. I want to start out by saying that I really appreciate all of you for supporting the amendment to have Alora put on this committee. It's so hard to be here in a board meeting with colleagues fighting for something like that. It's more draining than it is anything. And so I really hope in the future that we don't have to take it that far to have someone who is well equipped to sit on a committee to be added to a committee. But again, I want to thank you all for adding her to the committee, because it really did mean a lot to me. She reached out to me in December of last year before any trip was planned or before anything that is not related to the Lopez. So I really do appreciate it. On a much lighter note, today at North Commons, there was an amazing girls symposium that I got to attend, and it was just a lovely event. Miss Kelly invited me a while back, and I got to serve yogurt and fruit to a bunch of exciting girls. There was even like a teen celebrity there who is known in the music world, and I recognized her and probably freaked her out a little bit that an old lady knew who she was. But it was a lot of fun. The staff over there from the parks were just amazing. I want to say that Kelly did a great job, and Leslie was there from Southwest. And we had Katie from the Park Police was there. I haven't seen her. She's been out on maternity leave, but apparently she's back at work. And she was accompanied by a St. Paul police officer. I met a wonderful woman named Joy from Youth Line. It was just a great opportunity for girls to meet women who are in some interesting positions and to talk and to learn about health and jobs. They made lip gloss with a park staff member and nail polish and all kinds of cute things. So that was great. And then also last Friday, I got to attend Shar Davis, I believe is her name's retirement party after many years of service for the park board. And just the way that staff, I don't know Shar personally, but just the way that staff spoke so highly of her lets me know that we're losing a great employee, but we're happy that she is retiring. I think one of the comments were made was that when Shar started, she was collecting the coins out of the parking meters along with park police, and that wasn't even her job. And I think she got paid like $6 an hour or something like that when she began working here. So it was great to spend time acknowledging staff and just thanking them for their service. Also, the team room, Commissioner Severson reminded me that we should invite you all over for the team room over at North Commons Park. North Commons is just looking really good. I mean, if you've been in North Commons before what's happening over there now, you are gonna be awed by what you see when you go into North Commons. I would ask every single commissioner to just take a trip over to North Commons, spend some time walking around, look at all the changes. You may not even remember what was there. It's so beautiful over there. I kind of forgot what was there before. But yeah, take a trip over to North Commons and check out the new improvements over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Vice President Hassan.
Thank you, President Bourne. I just attended the community leadership workshop that the Mississippi Watershed organization hosted for the Somali women, just to teach them how to prevent water pollution in our city. It was a great a workshop. I think it's something that we should also, like at the park board level, to engage and teach the communities, the underrepresented communities, about how the park system works. I loved how they were, had work, trainees that's from the organization, and this was. I also want to thank Chris Meyer, who serves on the board on behalf of us, and there was a mini grant that was put together for the immigrant communities to learn about water pollution and climate change, and I think they did a great job, and something that I've learned that I wanted to apply in our park board. Yeah. And the other thing, yes, there was some issue that was keep coming back about the park in the mosques, the Salama Culture Center, and Central and St. Anthony Parkway. I do think no one misled the community. They just have any other community to have the right to request for the safety of their kids. And I think all they asked was, hey, our kids are in a dangerous, not feeling safe, and we want a safe place to drop them and pick them up, especially the disabled kids. And I went there, and no one misled. I think we were all doing the right thing, which was to listen. And I want to thank the superintendent Al for going out and staying longer. And just, sometimes when people are frustrated, it's not like it's not like people are misleading. It's just that they're frustrated with the park board and how things work. And I do understand, when it comes to government work, it takes a long process, and community who's new to the country, who doesn't know anything about the process, it takes a while for them to educate them. But I do disagree that people are saying that the community are misled. No, no one is misleading. It's just that they're frustrated and they do deserve to be heard. I don't represent that district, but all we did was the right thing, which was to go out and listen and find a solution. The park board, I have no intent of selling the parkland. If some commissioners think that I am, or just because the Salam Culture Center is just like any other mosque in Minneapolis, and those kids are our kids. I care about them just like any other kid in Minneapolis that I serve. So I just want to just put that on the record, and there was nowhere that the superintendent said anything about purchasing or working with them. All he's doing is the right thing, which is to listen to the community, which some of the previous commissioners failed to do that, which was ignore or shut them off. And I choose not to do that. I choose to go out and listen, and that's one thing that I'll say. Thank you to Superintendent All and Commissioner Meyer. But if you don't know anything about it, just reach out to the commissioners who are working on it, and instead of hearing outside and just going out attacking and commissioners or saying something that's not true. So just to make it clear, I do also want to thank our staff, upon Department Assistant Superintendent Michael Schroeder, who has been working with the mosque, the Salam Culture Center, because those kids, we represent them, and those communities do matter. Their voice matters too. If you want us to ignore, I will not ignore them. If I think some of the community members or some of my fellow commissioners are saying that, oh no, there's no purchase, we can't sell the land. No, I have no intent of selling the parkland. I do want to have more parklands, more parks. I'm a biker. I ran a campaign to have more parklands and not to decrease them. So, but we do sell parklands. I'm not saying we don't, but we do sell. We pick and choose who we sell to or how we sell, and that should be also applied to the communities who are in need. And just because they're the community that wants to, that have that's not feeling safe of where they drop their kids and coming out to the park board shouldn't be. Say, oh, ignore them, their voice don't matter. Just, I'll say again and again, just to make it clear again, I'm not selling, I have no intent of selling the parkland, because I've heard this, back and forth, and when the article about the statue just came out yesterday, and also lying about the park board, our superintendent saying that I've never seen him anywhere that he said he's willing or working or making deals with the Salam Culture Center. Nope. But however, we're still going to work with the Salam Culture Center just to find alternatives, which is to make sure our kids feel safe. If that's hard for some people, then I don't know. You just deal with it. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. I'll be brief. I just wanted to thank folks for the phone calls and the emails around our parkway ordinances, our master planning process in Southwest, and our work along the creek. There's a few folks that I still haven't gotten back to, so I appreciate everybody's patience and understanding with, and everybody's condolences on the unexpected loss of my father. I just wanted to give a exceptional thank you during this time to Superintendent Bangora and the entire executive team that has really made sure that we haven't missed a beat. So thank you so much for that. And a very special thank you to Vice President Hassan for his help during this. And he has gone through agendas with me and make sure that we're not missing, making sure that we haven't been missing anything, and I'm sure I'm going to be leaning on his leadership again or continuing to be leaning on his leadership again in the next couple of weeks. So thank you, Vice President Hassan, for your leadership there. One of the things I never corrected my dad on was my dad didn't understand what the park board was, but he was pretty, and I never corrected him in his life, but he was pretty convinced that I was the mayor of the city of Minneapolis. And so I will correct him now that I am not the mayor of the city of Minneapolis, that I am not the city of Minneapolis, but thank you so much for everybody that has sent your well wishes there. That said, I will recess the full board to move into the Planning Committee. Chair Forney.
On behalf of the Planning Committee, I'd like to convene the meeting. With the Secretary, please call the roll.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Commissioner Vita. Here. Vice Chair Cogill.
Here.
Chair Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. I'll take a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, March 27th, 2019.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. We have 2 action items. If somebody could read the resolution.
I'll move resolution 2019-165, a resolution granting temporary construction easements and a permanent easement to the city of Minneapolis for bridge and water main purposes in Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park and Mississippi Gorge Regional Park.
Does anybody
I do have a couple
need-
questions.
Oh, okay, so we do need to have Christine to step forward. Is it Christine or is it Cliff? Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Welcome, Cliff.
Chair Forney.
Did you want a presentation or do you have some specific questions?
I just have a couple questions.
Okay.
If anyone else wants a presentation, you can do that first.
No? Okay, I guess just questions.
So, we talked about this last summer, and I just wanted to get a sense of how much the parkway is going to be disrupted, both the road and the trail, and because I did read through it, but it was hard to interpret the schematics and all that. So, how much is transportation going to be disrupted on the parkway, and what are the solutions to that if it is disrupted?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Meyer. So there's really 2 projects that are going on here. One is a water main project. It's a new tunnel that they're putting underneath the river, and then they're redoing the 10th Avenue Bridge. The water main work, so mainly the items that are within the permanent easement that's before you tonight, that won't really impact Parkway. They're impacting the bike connection, however, they're putting a temporary connection during that construction. The Parkway will be impacted by the 10th Avenue Bridge construction, so there will be times when they will have to close that Parkway and the trail. However, the city of Minneapolis is committed to having a temporary shoring so that that bikeway and pedestrian way can remain open as long as possible during construction. So again, we may have times when the parkway will be closed, the bike and trail would remain open. We don't have the exact schedule yet. When we get that, we'll go through communications, gov delivery, et cetera, to try to get that information out as soon as we can. Does that help, or does that start to answer?
So for about how long do you expect it to be?
So construction, again, as Chair Forney, Commissioner Meyer, we understand is that once bids are received and they're able to award a contract, they're hoping for it to take about 12 months. Okay. The parkway will not have to be closed during that entire 12 months, but there will be construction activity on 10th Avenue for approximately 12 months. There will be times when they'll close the parkway. There'll be times when it'll open back up. So one detail that we've asked them to think about is that to keep the parkway open during those peak use times and on weekends, and then if they have to close it during the day for periods of construction, that's great. We would work with them on that. But again, the temporary shoring to kind of protect users of the bike and pedestrian way and pathway would be in place during the construction. Again, they may still have to close the pedestrian and bike pathway during construction at certain times, but this temporary shoring will protect the users, so keep that open.
Great. So during peak times, so like during rush hour, it'll be opened up, and then when the crews go home, like at night, will it be opened up for that time too?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Meyer, that's the intention. So we have to work through the specific details, but that's what we asked them to consider in that staging. And again, they have to do a full set of documents. They'll have to bid that out publicly. And then once that contractor gets in place, then they'll know kind of what that schedule will be. And then we'll work with them to try to keep it open as much as possible.
Okay, I appreciate all that work to mitigate the amount of time that it's closed. My second question is about the prairie restoration. Is that prairie restoration on land that previously didn't have any? Like, is it new prairie that's going to be added, or is it just restoring what's going to be damaged during the construction?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Meyer, we worked with the neighborhood over the last 5 years or so to do some restoration work in that Upper Bluff area. And so during the initial documents for the water main work and the tunnel, there was indication that they needed to stage on some of the area that had been restored. So we worked that into the agreement that they would have to then go back and replant, restore what they would damage during construction. They have bid out, so since that time, they have bid out the tunnel work and water main work. That contractor is proposing a few changes in the location of that tunnel access, and so they'll have less impact to the existing prairie restoration work that was done by the community. So whatever they damage or whatever they disrupt, they'll restore. But again, the contractor that's been selected for the water main work will have less of an impact than what was originally intended. So long answer just to tell you that they're doing a better job, we think, than what they originally had thought.
But it's for prairie that's already there, it's not
prairie that's already there.
Out of it. Okay. And I was just curious about it. Why is it that it's the city doing that instead of us? I mean, isn't it usually our role to bid things out for restoration like that? It just seemed odd to me.
Chair Forney, Commissioner Meyer, we asked the consultant, we asked the city to include that in their construction bid. We provided specifications to them, reviewed documents, et cetera, so that they were responsible for that, also for that 2-year maintenance that follows the restoration. So again, it's part of their expense to use parkland during the construction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff, for the thoroughness. Always impressed. And I'm sorry for, well, no, it's not a question. It actually has absolutely nothing to do with this, but I love the words in here, in-kind betterments, and how important that is. And one of the reasons why I bring it up, since this has to do with a water main, it brings to mind the fact that we manage so much stormwater, and yet we pay, I wish Julie was here, quite a high water bill. And so I'm hoping that we can have in-kind betterments of being credited for what we better in regards to our stormwater management. So I understand that that is something that is being talked about, but that has been a nagging issue for me, and hope that we'll continue to confront that and, like you say, get some sort of a credit for parks play a very, very important role in doing the city's job of stormwater management. So anyway, with that, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? That resolution is moved, and so I'll have somebody
I'll
read.
move resolution 2019-166, a resolution improving encroachment permit request submitted by Level 3 Communications on behalf of CenturyLink Systems Incorporated, encroaching upon park property at Bedamacoska, located within the Minneapolis chain of Lakes Regional Park.
Does anybody want a presentation, or do they have questions to this? Okay, with that, Christine, you're off the hook. All those in favor of the motion, or the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. I will then take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned.
I would
Record meeting.
reconvene the full board before going to admin and finance to deal with resolution 2019-165. I would entertain a motion for suspension of the rules for the purposes of adding 2019-165 to the.
Is it also 166? Because I think that was in the packet.
The only request I had from staff was 165.
Okay.
So moved.
Motion to suspend the rules has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the suspension of the rules? Seeing none, all those in favor of suspension of the rules, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstentions, that passes unanimously with 6 votes. I would entertain a motion to amend the agenda to include Resolution 2019-165 under the Planning Committee reports. It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion to the amendment of the agenda? Seeing none. All those in favor of amending the agenda to include 2019-165, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the agenda has been amended. Chair Forney.
On behalf of the Planning Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2019-165, resolution granting temporary construction easements and a permanent easement to the City of Minneapolis for bridge and water main purposes in Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park and Mississippi Gorge Regional Park.
2019-165 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-165? Seeing none, I would ask Commissioner Meyer.
I just want to say that I wasn't crazy. It is the CenturyLink 166 that's on here. That was in the staff packet that was requested to be on the full board, but I'm just saying. So I don't know if we also needed to move 166, but it is on there. That's all. Thank you.
Good catch, Commissioner Meyer. I'm looking at Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, and he said that 166 does not need to come forward tonight.
Okay.
I would ask the Secretary to take the roll on 2019-165.
Commissioner Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have a quorum.
The motion passes. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Almost 8 o'clock.
Has been moved and seconded by Commissioner French. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the main board is adjourned. Chair Vita.
The time being 7:59, I would like to call to order the Administration and Finance Committee. Will the Secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Vice President Hassan.
Here.
Vice Chair Cogill.
Here.
Chair Vita.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I would ask for a motion to approve the agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
With removing the one.
Oh, yes, sorry. With removing, a motion to approve the agenda with removing 5.1. Sorry.
So moved.
All those in favor of the agenda with removing 5.1, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion to approve the minutes.
Move to approve the minutes of Wednesday, March 27th, 2019.
All those in favor of approval of the minutes of Wednesday, March 27th, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I'd like to abstain.
I'll move Resolution 2019-167, a resolution approving the letter of intent to purchase the Towerside Park, amending the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Capital Improvement Program to allow the 2019 allocation of $1,419,470 to the Towerside Park from the Prospect Park portion of the Park Dedication Fee Fund, and initiating a process under the land acquisition policy to determine a name for the property.
Any discussion? Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I just wanted to say how excited I am about this. This is one of the biggest things happening in my district. we kept telling the neighborhoods that we had to wait until after the East of the River plan was passed before we could start spending these, but we passed the plan last week and we're moving right towards spending it. This is the first big expenditure that we have of $1.4 million for this brand new park in the Prospect Park neighborhood, and it's exactly what the park dedication ordinance was designed to do, like Julia was saying. We have so many new people moving into this neighborhood, they deserve a great new park, and they're getting it. And I also just wanted to say thank you to Jeff Barnhart for being so cooperative and generous with this. Not all developers are, so we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I also want to say that I'm excited that Commissioner Meyer's excited. This is really good for his neighborhood, and when he gets excited, it's a big thing without controversy. So I'm excited that he's excited, and this is a great project. So all those in favor of resolution? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Forney, I'm sorry.
I'm excited too.
Excited.
No, really, I am. And I do want to thank Jeff. I did tour it last summer. Very impressed with that whole area and all that's happening. And very grateful the community involvement in making more land in the hands of our park system. Commissioner Hillmeyer, a former Commissioner Hillmeyer, commenting about the fact that we can never have enough land, and it's because we need to serve the people who have been moving into that neighborhood, and it's growing, and we need to service them. I am also very excited about our use of park dedication fee, and so far I'm feeling that the system is working, and I indicated that to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder that we might be losing a lot of the staff people for these neighborhood organizations who have been so instrumental in capturing these opportunities. And so I just, want us to be sensitive to, we might be losing some of those voices, and, how we can make sure to continue to service those communities through, our park dedication fees. So thank you again.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. All those in favor of Resolution 2019-167, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The resolution is moved. Next resolution.
Okay. Resolution 2019-168, resolution amending the professional services agreement C42949 with Perkins plus Will for additional services related to the design development of Towerside Park in the amount of $19,470 for a new contract totaling of $265,660.
Any discussion? Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, Chair Vita. Could I get a rundown of the reasons for this professional services agreement amendment?
Chair Vita, Commissioner Cowgill, this resolution amends the contract that we have with Perkins and Will. They were hired to do the East of the River Master Plan, and in that process they have been working on the initial directions for what's currently called Towerside Park. In order to advance this project according to the schedule that we have with the developer, we felt it was worthwhile continuing to work with the same consultant to engage them to develop essentially probably a little more than the schematic design direction for the park. And had we gone through this discussion on Towerside Park, you would have seen what we're trying to do is deliver this project really quickly, not only quickly after completion of the master plan, but quickly turning it into a full-fledged parkland. The way that we've worked with Mr. Barnhart to advance that is to get to him specifications for how the park would be delivered. So when we look at the expenditure that was discussed in the previous resolution, we would be buying an improved park, not just land where we would eventually build a park. So this is advancing the design to a point where we can make that happen.
Okay, so it's going beyond a concept phase to something that vaguely beyond that?
Chair Vita, Commissioner Cogill, what we would hope to do is have a fairly definitive, probably something more than what we might typically call schematic design. And it would also include specifications for delivery of the components that would be in the park.
Okay, and so right now what's missing is just that there aren't the delivery components, or what's missing in the current design that is needed?
Chair Vita, Commissioner Cogill, we could never build from the, this is the plan that's in the East of the River Master Plan for Towerside Park. This is all the more definition we have, and it's not reasonable to presume that Mr. Barnhart could deliver the park that we would want from this drawing. So we need to do more definition and more specification.
Okay, thanks.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-168, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The resolution is moved.
I move Resolution 2019-169, resolution approving the sublease agreement and the assignment and assumption agreement, both related to the commons, being parkland within the Minneapolis Park System and between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the City of Minneapolis.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Chair Vita, I'm just hoping that because this is a very significant item that the board would be considering, that we could have a brief presentation by Assistant Superintendent and Council and the Superintendent, just to remind folks that may not have been here for, this is one of the most significant votes that we'll probably be taking in our term. So, thank you.
Chair Vita. Chair Vita, so as has happened for each of the last several meetings, I'll make a presentation in an overview fashion and defer to Council Rice for a lot of the questions. So I'll provide an overview of a very complex set of agreements and relationships and bring us to the point where we're actually looking at the action before you, which relates to two specific agreements, one being a sublease from the City of Minneapolis for the Commons, and the other being an assignment and assumption agreement, which would allow us to take over the city's contract with Green Minneapolis. So just to make certain we have proper history here, it was in late December, or in December 2013, that the city initiated a project to look at some a 5-block area in what was then called Downtown East. I think now it's called Easttown. The project included a 4.2-acre park that we now refer to as the Commons, and one of the key considerations in the development of the Commons was what was called the Urban Park Use Agreement. Initially, that document was between the Ryan Companies and the Minnesota Sports Facility Authority, and it established how that property would be used. It ran concurrent with what's called the Stadium Use Agreement. So it means that the Urban Park Use Agreement has a term of 30 years with a renewal period of an additional 20. The ownership and the operation of that, let me step back. Eventually, the City of Minneapolis acquired Ryan's interest in that agreement. And so now that use agreement exists between the City of Minneapolis, the Minnesota Vikings, and the Sports Facility Authority. It's important in all of this that the operation and ownership of parks is reserved by charter to the City of Minneapolis, or to the Park Board. But as we went through this in late 2014, it was decided that the Park Board couldn't logically undertake the operations of this particular park. The board passed in December 2014 Resolution 2014-371 establishing an MOU with the City of Minneapolis that would allow for them to take over the operations and ownership of the Commons, including having some participation by a third-party conservancy, which is Green Minneapolis. That also was a part of that same resolution was the lease that allows the city to operate the Commons for a period concurrent with the Urban Use Park Agreement, that 30 years plus 20 years. The Park Board and the city entered into those, believing they would together promote the public interest of the Commons while ostensibly ensuring compliance with state law and the city charter. The city entered into an agreement then for the operation of the Commons with Green Minneapolis. As I noted already, the city assumed from Ryan Companies their role in the Urban Use Park Agreement, and the Urban Use Park Agreement commits, one of the core components of that is that it commits certain days and extra days to the Sports Facility Authority and the Vikings, and now we have the Commons open in 2016, which brings us to the litigation that Council Rice has spoken to the board about on several occasions. So that to summarize that really quickly, the Hennepin County District Court determined that the way that the Commons is operating is in violation of the city's charter. The city and the park board have determined that that ruling should be appealed. That appeal will not likely be resolved until sometime in 2020. But importantly, the ruling by district court requires the park board to begin operations of the Commons beginning on May 1st of this year. And to meet the requirements, we would enter into a sublease agreement beginning on May 1st and terminating at the end of this year. So this resolution looks at two different items. One is the sublease, and the second is the assignment. In this case, because we entered into, in 2014, a lease with the city to operate, we have to lease it back. Therefore, it's a sublease, and we've framed the beginning of that as May 1st and expiring at the very end of 2019. And with that, there would be, it would carry with it the same requirements that the city was bound to under the Urban Park Use Agreement. The assignment and assumption is essentially giving the park board responsibility for essentially taking over its contract, the city's contract with Green Minneapolis. The city has already paid half of the fees due this year to Green Minneapolis. That amount was $375,000. Under the assignment and assumption agreement, the city would pay to the park board an additional $375,000 to cover the second half of the Green Minneapolis contract, and it would also approve requests up to $90,000 from the fund established through donations for the maintenance and programming of the Green. And this would end at the end of 2019 as well. City Council approved the sublease agreement and the assignment and assumption agreement last Friday, I believe, without any changes to the version that you have before you in your packet. And what's important about this is moving toward us taking over the management of the Commons and direct ownership through the sublease on May 1st. Council Rice, did I miss anything?
I think just to be a bit clear, so the board understands the board actually owns this property now, but as part of earlier deliberations following from the earlier district court decision with Judge Dickstein, the city transferred fee title to the park board leased it back to the city. Mr. Ostro and Mr. Hayden sued. Judge Peterson agreed in part with their argument that they basically argued the city can't have anything to do with parks in the city. We disagree with that opinion. It's being appealed by the city and the park board, but in the interim, we have to comply with the judge's order. May 1st, the park board will take over the operations. We'll sublease our lease to the city back. We will become the operator of the park. And in order to carry forward at least till the end of the year, we will accept an assignment and assume the agreement the city had with the Green Minneapolis entity. And so, in essence, we'll step into the shoes of the city until the end of the year. I imagine, you will, as the year unfolds and the budget process unfolds, remain in discussions with the city about the future of this park, whether the city will stay engaged or whether it'll just become another park with the park system, or how we handle it with the Green Minneapolis. Ms. Ringgold is on that committee. the superintendent, Mr. Schroeder, Ms. Ringgold, I've met with their group. They have a, how shall I say it, a funding base, a loyal fan base, or more than fan base, contributors that help get that park in operation. There's some features different in this park than you normally see. It has an irrigation system. It has a 24-hour presence for security. It has trash pickup. It's kind of a Park Plus, shall we say, largely because of its location. It's on a light rail line. There's traffic there from early morning till late in the evening. It's a downtown park. We have other downtown parks, but probably none quite as big and quite as visible. So we recommend that you approve both the sublease and the assignment. To do so will not be free from doubt. It's quite possible we'll be back in court on these matters, perhaps soon. Mr. Hayden and Mr. Ostro are
tenacious.
Thank you, Council Rice. Commissioner Cogill, followed by Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, Chair Vita. So we own it now, and the operation starts on May 1st. I'm wondering if this resolution has any impact on the potential eventuality of returning the park to the city in terms of operations, funding, say, pending a potential win of our appeal. Is this just for this year? Is there any impact on that?
Madam Chair, yes. Commissioner Vitale, paragraph 2 of the sublease of the agreement, the term at the very bottom of the page, this commits you only till the end of the year. We're not going beyond 1919. There's a master lease or a major lease, which is a 50-year lease between the park board and the city. We've run through a couple of the years. We've got 47, 48 years to go. We'll be coterminous with Commissioner French's term on the board when Commissioner Young.
Thank you. I guess my only comment right now is I'd urge my fellow commissioners to support this. I mean, it's kind of, we're in this situation now. It's in a way an unfunded mandate for us to manage this space. Green Minneapolis has been doing a good job in the interest of continuing the continuity of services down there. I think that that's the way for us to go this year as we figure out what our next steps are. And thank you to staff and to council for working on this.
Thank you, Chair Vito. I'm not on this committee, but being I'm one of the commissioners who was around when this first rose its head. It's a huge, huge liability. And that's something we acknowledged, when it first came, that it wasn't a liability we wanted to take on. We know what maintenance costs. So no matter what, I should ask the question, Councilor Rice, realistically, when do you think would be the earliest that the judge might deal with the appeal?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Forney, it's actually the district, it's the Court of Appeals.
Oh, sorry.
Appeals. I would guess that February of 2020. That's just a guess.
Okay, but that's the earliest.
Within 3 months.
Okay. All right.
It could be earlier, but like I said, 3 months within February 2020, either way.
Okay, so the reality is that when we start budgeting, we're going to be looking at least $840,000 that we need to build into the budget. There's just no doubt about that. So that's huge. The calculation of how much it costs to maintain that property in comparison to any other piece of property that we own presently. I mean, this isn't even a luxury, you know, this is whatever. The best amenities anybody could ever imagine, so, you know, I'm sure staff will be able to find some ways that we can maybe trim here and there, but that, you know, is really, really scary, you know, when we think about all the other initiatives that are so important to all of us, that this is amazing. So a couple questions I have. First of all, Green Minneapolis, what happens to them? Will they continue and will they be involved with us?
Madam Chair, that's what the assignment assumption agreement is. They're going to operate the park until the end of the year.
Till the end of the year, but after that,
you're going to have the board will have to spend some time over the budget cycle to decide how you're going to deal with this going forward. I think the preference of the leaders in the city, the mayor and council member Goodman, others, is that you take this 8-month period and understand what they do, how this park works, that our operation people understand what they're doing, and decide whether you want to continue the relationship or not. And that's a decision you'll have to make sometime in the next 8 months.
And if I understand correctly, they do have a good group of loyal funders that
they've raised a considerable amount of money. If you look at where we were, say, from this proposal, say, 5 years ago or 6 years ago, when it was, do we run this park, all it was a hole in the ground. If that, it was vacated, buildings were torn down, asphalt was turned over, and I believe that the city and Green Minneapolis raised on the approximately $15 million to put in the improvements. They found some resources to help do the operation. They do have a trust fund, if you will, that has $100,000 or more in it that helps do add-ons. And the park may be a liability, but it's a known liability. The operating costs are fairly well known since the park's been run and operated for several years, and they have a budget and they have programs and they've done other things. They believe there's some opportunities that the park board might be able to bring to it through Mr. Stenzel and others to more robustly activate the park. It sounds like the Sports Facility Commission and the Vikings even may be willing to give up some of their days that they've got locked in, but I think it's all to be determined. The immediate action is that the board has is that we have a court order and the city can no longer operate the park as of May 1st. This is perhaps some degree an orphan, and it needs some parents, at least till the end of the year.
Nice analogy. And I guess that to me is that I look at, at least there's a little tiny opportunity, and that is access and engagement with Green Minneapolis, and that they have been very successful in transforming that area. And so, like I say, find one sliver of hope there. I did have some concerns where it says exclusive use, which has been, of course, the nagging thing about the urban park use agreement and everything. And I thought, well, is that something that people are going to hit us on, that we do not allow exclusive use in the parks? But we do have one major place where we do, and that is the Minneapolis Institute of Art. It does have exclusive use, and that's been over a century of that happening. So hopefully that won't come back to haunt us. I agree fully with Commissioner Cogill, and I hope everybody will support this, and hope that we can resolve it somehow. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Any further discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-169, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I'd like to abstain.
The motion passes.
I'll move resolution 29.
Commissioner Cogill,
Yep.
I need to recuse myself from the next two
All right.
resolutions, so I would like you to please take over the meeting. I have professional contracts with Nice Ride, and I'm also a board member. So
Understandable. Thank you, Chair Vita. I'd look for a resolution, somebody to read the
I'll
resolution.
move resolution 2019-170, resolution approving a 2-year license agreement with Nice Ride Minnesota for the identification, placement, and maintenance of both bike share kiosks and dockless hubs throughout the Minneapolis parks.
The resolution has been moved. We have a presentation here from Deputy Superintendent Ringgold.
Chair Cogill, Commissioners, it's a brief presentation. It's one slide. So I think I win, looking at my planning folks of the 10-slide rule, so I think I win. I do want to thank Bill Dossett, who has been here all evening with us, so thank you for being here. He's here to help with any questions that you may have. The last time that we had this conversation around dockless bikes was in September 12th, to be exact. And at that time, we talked through, basically that these dockless bikes, there's also other shared mobility coming into our space, including scooters and potentially more opportunities with that to come in the future as well. And really talked about the difference between this new mode of dockless bike is coming in through more of a for-profit versus a non-profit venture. So there are for-profit aspects that are some of the underpinnings of this type of work. Nice Ride has done amazing work to help really the metro area think about how to incorporate this new mode of transportation and how quickly this moves. I think it probably moves in terms of exactly how it's going about monthly at this point, and Bill is the expert and will be able to provide any information you need on that. What we had talked about the last time we met is how to structure some type of a permit or license agreement with Nice Ride for this. And it's actually Nice Ride, Motivate, and Lift are kind of all combined now in this conversation. But the permit the license that we are putting forward would be specifically with Nice Ride. And what we are looking for is to have this for basically the next 2 years, so through August 1st of 2021. And it patterns directly with the city of Minneapolis. So one of the things that other cities, other metro areas have had is kind of a fracturing of different bike companies coming in and providing services. Well, this has really been a cohesive effort to try to have it be under one umbrella, to have some level of coordination, as well as being able to, in that sense, really hit some equity goals within the delivery of this system. So we would be putting this license forward with the explicit goal of it being only those companies who are licensed to the city of Minneapolis would be eligible for having a license with us. The other aspect that we talked about at our last discussion on this were the types of fees that would be associated with it. And we had laid out several options on that. Based on your feedback under further discussion, we've really landed on this being a lump sum fee over the 2-year time period that would be at $28,000. And what that would do is cover the costs that we have associated with helping do our end of the administration of it, and also speaks to the ordinance we have, PB 2-15, around financial gains within the Minneapolis park system. So Nice Ride has been very creative in how they have worked with us to try to come to these types of solutions, so we appreciate that. They're very understanding that each of the jurisdictions that they're working with has a different set of policies and ordinances, but that we're trying to figure out a way to work collaboratively. At the end of this 2-year time period, and this actually speaks to the second resolution Nice Ride has on your agenda tonight, we would hope that gives us the time to work collaboratively with the other jurisdictions in the area to actually have a collective shared mobility policy, so that we could be coming forward in that next time to further the work together, so that you don't have Minneapolis, St. Paul, Golden Valley, Minneapolis Park Board all doing something differently, but that we're all together at the end of this piece. So with that, I don't know if Bill would like to add anything more to it, and then we will stand for questions.
Thank you. So who is chairing us now? Commissioner Cogill.
Yes.
Thank you. And commissioners, I'm Bill Dossett, and my main thing is I want to say thanks to staff and to the commission. This has been about 2 years of the story constantly changing. And it's not just about bikes. This is about urban mobility. This is about lots of different types of vehicles. So the decisions you make really matter. And your staff has been very, very engaged, not just with us, but with the city, with surrounding cities, and we really appreciate it because I work with a lot of other cities and they are not getting that support. So thank you. And I'm here to answer any questions. I want to say one more thing. Commissioner Vitaw, you may not know, but she really is a national expert in this question of how do I use a bike share system to engage a low-income community and build community. And we have become a better organization because of her, and I'm super excited to keep working with her.
Thank you, Mr. Dossett. President Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Cogill. I'm not a member of the committee. This is something that Deputy Superintendent Ringgold and I have talked about for coming up on 2 years now. So I want to thank staff for the work on that. But I'm wondering, Mr. Dossett, can you explain for us a little bit more about the relationship between Nice Ride and now Uber and Lyft and kind of how they all play? You're a partner that I very much like working with and always have. I have some personal concerns about the level of commercialization and kind of the level of employment/non-employment practices with Uber and Lyft, and so if you could talk a little bit about that.
Terrific. So this is gonna be a lot of detail, and I'm gonna try and do it fast, so stop me if I hit you or if you have a question for me. So it really starts with a publicly funded pilot. So the nonprofit got federal money, and the city of Minneapolis was our fiscal agent. That created this grant-funded period that ends on August of 2021. Okay. Until about 2 years ago, everywhere in the country, bike share had to be publicly supported. That all changed about 2 years ago when the dockless model showed up and a huge amount of private capital began pouring into this industry. What we did at that time was we decided that the dockless model had some great merit, but we needed to do it in a much better way. It needed to be higher quality. It needed to be safer. It couldn't be spread out all over our streets. And what we decided to do after meeting with our right-of-way owners and our grantors was do a request for proposal to the entrepreneurs who were coming up with these new models and said, here are our assets. What can you do that'll help us achieve our public goals? And ultimately, it was Motivate, which was at that time the largest operator of bike share, a for-profit company, operated, for example, the New York system, who we selected to operate our system. And then we did a set of new contracts. So we signed a new contract with Nice Ride Minnesota, the nonprofit, continues to exist with the city of Minneapolis. That creates a license agreement that basically mirrors the one that's in front of you today, and that's in place now. So we are the city's licensee. It says we're the exclusive licensee for that grant-funded period, and it authorized me to sign a subcontract with Motivate. So all of that happened. A little bit about that contract. My contract with Motivate has a lot of enforceable service levels, but particularly an equity plan. So what I'm trying to do is put in front of you an example of how I think the public sector can bargain for public good in these types of contracts. That's what I'm hoping that we're going to be doing. Motivate created a subsidiary, Motivate Minnesota. All of my former employees now work for them. But I, the nonprofit, still own all those old bikes and all of the station equipment. All of the new bikes that are coming from Motivate. Motivate's now been acquired by Lyft, so it's Lyft that is supplying what you're hearing about now is the new electric bikes. So there's been a huge amount of new capital and a lot of consolidation in our industry. And so maybe to wrap it all up, the nonprofit is your licensee. It is my obligation to enforce a contract with Lyft to meet those service levels and that equity plan.
tell me a little bit about, so if I'm envisioning how the dockless stations work, which is the bikes just get kind of left in essentially wherever, and then if my perception is right, Lyft's profit model would then, very similar to like the scooters that are out right now, that they would hire folks as independent contractors to go chase down these bikes that are left at different places. Is that not the same model, or can you talk, how do those bikes get recovered?
So I can tell you that is absolutely not possible under either the agreement in front of you or the one that we signed with the city. So what they may do in other cities, it's possible that they might do that. That is nothing that I've seen from Lyft yet. But here, I can tell you this. Our license agreement requires that all of those dockless bikes be returned to site-planned, permitted parking zones. And we are the only city in the country where that is happening. And it's a big deal because we believe that we need more order, not just on these bikes, but on all forms of micromobility, or it's just not going to work. So we need to start with a reasonable way to give the public sector control.
So, excuse me, who are, through this series of agreements, who are the human beings that are returning the bikes to the places that they are going to be returned to?
So the consumers are using any of our bikes. They can return them to a dock or to a parking zone. If they don't return them to a parking zone, there's going to be a couple things that are going to happen, and those will be controlled by the app that is now operated by Lyft. Specifically, if Lyft looks at a bike that's been left outside of a parking zone, they're going to call that customer and say that's not okay. They're going to, if they do it again, they're going to get hit with a $5 penalty. If they keep doing it, we'll just end their ability to rent our bicycles.
Okay. That still doesn't fully answer that. So a bike gets left and they get a warning through the app.
Yep.
A human being still has to go return that bike. Who does that human being work for?
So the contract is with Nice Ride. So I am on the hook to make sure that happens. I do that through an operating agreement with Lyft.
Okay, so it is Lyft independent, because Lyft doesn't have employees that are on the ground.
Oh, yes, they do.
They do.
In fact, they have a lot.
Okay.
So not only do all of my employees, my former employees, work for Lyft, they are hiring about 45 new people right now.
Okay.
So it is a big labor operation that's based here in Minneapolis.
So there's not, so those folks are benefited, part or full-time employees. They have what I'm not interested in is like somebody going in as an independent contractor and for nickels and dimes going and collecting bikes and putting them back in. So there are folks that are earning a living returning these bikes to where they're supposed to go.
Exactly. So
Okay.
there is none of the kind of independent contractor model that you might have heard of in the TNC or the scooter model. It does not exist in the bike share model really anywhere, but it absolutely cannot exist here because of the contract that we have in place. So for example, that equity plan requires the makeup of the workplace meet equity goals, the same type of goals that you would put in place.
I think those are all of my questions for right now. Thank you for addressing that.
Thank you, President Bourne. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, and thank you for staying here. I know it's difficult when we tell you, like, come between 5 and midnight and they'll come up. I wanted to talk about the $28,000 amount for the lease. Like I said when we brought this up for discussion originally, like I want to see us do as much as we can to promote low carbon transportation. So I'd like to see us subsidize low carbon transportation, and so I really want to scrutinize this $28,000 to see if it's necessary. And I talked with staff about this, and so part of the $28,000 is for the administrative burden on us, but another part of it is a profit sharing component. And I asked if it would be possible to remove the profit component and just charge what our administrative costs are. I was told by staff that the ordinance PB 215 doesn't allow for that. I have the ordinance here in case people need it, but when I read this, I don't see anything preventing us from doing that. The operative verb throughout the whole ordinance is may. So we may limit, may impose, all that. Yeah, I was wondering if you could speak more to that. Like, why does this ordinance constrain us from reducing the least amount to just our administrative costs?
Commissioner Cogill, or Chair Cogill, Commissioners, so in our system, when we have concessionaires or we have vendors who are providing goods that people use within the system, we are in some type of an agreement with them. And we are in an agreement with them where they are doing it on our behalf and we get some portion of the proceeds that they have. So if you think of any of our wheel fund rentals or our paddleboard rentals or any of those types of pieces, we're in that type of a scenario. We can't pick and choose in terms of who we charge fees to and who we don't charge fees to. We have a scenario, otherwise it becomes arbitrary. And we, both on our ordinance as well as our permit policy, get into a situation where we're not able to defend why we are charging and not charging in certain cases. In our long-term relationship with Nice Ride, we initially had a sponsorship agreement with them where, not receiving funding from them, but through the Hidden Wonders program, they were providing in-kind promotion of our system through it. And we saw that as an in-kind relationship in lieu of a fee for those pieces. In this particular case now we're dockless, we don't have the signs, we don't have those pieces. So what we looked at as well, how would we think about this in terms of other comparable scenarios in our system? So if somebody was thinking about wanting a temporary easement for a space within the system, or a temporary permit to use a space within the system, we would charge some fee for that space, right, in terms of thinking of our encroachments or easements or pieces along those lines. Or if we had a scenario where we had transactions happening in our system, we might charge 10 to 12% depending on if they're nonprofit or for-profit. In this particular case, we got to the point of recognizing any of those pieces that we put into place would, in essence, start directing transportation policy in a way that we might not intend for it to direct, because it would become on either a spatial or a transactional piece. So we took an estimate of what we thought those things might be and landed at the $28,000 as a reasonable assessment in this first 2 years of action. So that's a long story. I'm probably two pieces of, we cannot be arbitrary and capricious in terms of how we administer the fee structures for individuals, groups, or organizations generating revenue within the Minneapolis Park system, as well as how we got to the 28,000 number.
Okay, so I understand that we can't be arbitrary or capricious, but I don't see why we couldn't just set a policy that that exempts low carbon transportation from this. I don't see in the ordinance how this is restricted. So, I mean, it's a lot easier to change a policy than an ordinance. We'd have to have multiple readings. I guess I won't continue on that line. I'll talk to council and see what restrictions are really there. But I just wanted to express, my concerns about it, because, I feel we're going in the opposite direction of what we should be. Later on the agenda, we're going to be discussing the strategic directions for the superintendent, where we have the goal of reducing our carbon emissions by 10% by 2022. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to incorporate analysis of our impact on transportation in that. I know that's going to be difficult to do. It's a lot more difficult than analyzing how much fuel our vehicles and buildings use, because that's pretty direct. You pay the bill, but we also have an impact through our parkways, through our parks, parking lots, all these other effects, and I want us to be considering that. And what we're doing here is, we're charging when people are using bikes, but we're not yet charging people when Uber and Lyft have transaction on our land. And even if we moved to become consistent with that, we'd still be penalizing people for shareable transportation, and that's not my approach. I think we should promote sharing. You know, we don't charge people when they like enter the parkway and all that. So it's the opposite direction of how I'd like to go. And I guess my last question is, does the $28,000 go to just the general fund, or is it dedicated to anything in particular?
Chair Cogill, Commissioner Meyer, in this particular case, this would likely go towards the enterprise fund, and it wouldn't go into the general fund, and it wouldn't go dedicated to any specific item within the enterprise fund.
Well, that makes me think maybe we could dedicate it to some other kind of way of promoting low carbon transportation. I don't know, I'm not sure what that would be, but I hope that, you know.
Just, Chair Cogill, Commissioner Meyer, I think the points you bring up are really important. What we have put in front of the board is pieces that are consistent with the policies and practices that we currently have. The second item after this one on the agenda is actually to direct us to continue to stay in the conversation around shared mobility and creating policy in that category. And I think that would be one of the key areas for us to be looking at the exact comments you're bringing forward and what is our role in that shared mobility, and what are the current policies that we have that support or don't support it. The other piece I would say is over this next couple of years is we're going to get a better accounting of what it actually costs us to support and be in this relationship, and we'll be, after this 2 years, in a better spot of probably estimating what those fees should be. With that, you might have more to add.
I really just want to echo that. Specifically, my board has given me an advocacy mission, which is to ask you and all other public right-of-way owners in urban areas like you to use the power that you just had, but do it jointly. Because it's going to be really hard to leverage that sustainability goal if it's just the park board working with Uber or with Nice Ride. But if all of the right-of-way owners that make up our urban area do that together, you have huge power to achieve your sustainability goals.
Thank you. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair Cowgill. Lots of money changing hands, it sounds like. I was trying to follow all that. Are you hiring Northsiders?
Yes.
And is it one of these, of the 45 solid jobs, it sounds like, that you're offering?
So yeah, so again, it is Lyft or Motivate Minnesota, their subsidiary, that is doing this hiring, and there is an equity plan, but I can tell you specifically, they have made hiring in both North Minneapolis and in the Phillips, Cedar Riverside areas key priorities for them.
And is there a place where we can look where you're going to have, what's the word, I'm sorry, these docks at in our communities?
So right now, the docks are the same docks that we've had in the past, so you've seen them. We have 47 docks that were in St. Paul that will also be coming to Minneapolis. The dockless stations, right now, last year they were rolled out in October, so you may have seen some then.
I've seen some in the lower Minneapolis, but I've got requests in the northwest part of Minneapolis, the Camden area. I hope you guys address that and hopefully try to engage that community, specifically the Camden area.
Terrific, and I can say that yes, that was a priority in the initial site planning to make sure that we did find locations in that area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner French?
I did hear mention about e-bikes, or as Commissioner Vital calls them, cheater bikes. Can you tell me a little bit more how the cheater bikes work?
All right, so these are electric assist bikes, so the motor doesn't kick in unless you're pedaling. So it's torque that makes the motor kick in. As soon as you get to 18 miles an hour, the motor stops helping you. So if you're going down a hill, you could go faster than that, but the motor would not be helping you. If you're going up a hill and you're pushing really hard, until you get to 18, it's going to give you some significant assist.
So have there been, I know that like the Nice Ride model has been adopted all over the country because I've been to different places where they have docked bikes. Is this the first time their e-bikes have been, coming out in this model?
This is the first time in Minneapolis,
Okay.
but over the last year, we have seen many. So I'll give you the example of San Francisco. Their system over the last month or so has gotten to the point where it is 50% regular bikes and 50% e-bikes, but 80% of the trips are now being taken on the e-bikes, and the usage has more than doubled of the overall system. So the consumer response to e-bikes has been enormous.
Is there a huge cost difference between e-bikes and the?
No, so it'll be the same subscription costs that we've had in the past. If you use an e-bike, you will pay $1 extra per trip, but you won't pay that if you are enrolled in our equity program, which will be launched in a very big way in May.
I'm glad to see that you got e-bikes finally. That's awesome.
They're going to be great.
President Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Cogill. I'll be brief, but just two other items that I remember from some of the previous conversations that Deputy Superintendent Ringel and I had in the last 2 years over this. Is there what are we doing about Wheel Fund and making sure that that our other bicycle renter vendors aren't disproportionately negatively impacted by this?
Chair Cogill, Commissioners, so there's been a long ongoing conversation as Nice Ride has come into the marketplace, even as a nonprofit agency, in terms of how to coordinate with Wheel Fund and Nice Ride. And what I can tell you is that while that conversation, continues to be there, there is competition. And so, we will have to continue to monitor that scenario with Wheel Fund. They tend to now reach out and go into different product lines in greater levels, so they have much more of the watercraft aspects, and they have more of the four-seater, those like little trolley bikes. So their response to a great degree has been to really move into that type of category of use. I don't know if Bill would want to add more. I know he's had more conversations over time.
We all work in a rapidly changing industry, so sometimes I sit down with Rodney just to compare notes, and so we stay in touch.
Okay. To that, I agree to an extent with Commissioner Meyer's concerns, but we do have a recreational rental right now that is purely recreational and isn't transportation based, and we rely on some of that income in our enterprise fund. So I would hate to. I'm open to that conversation about subsidizing some modes of transportation that we value, but when we have something else that is specifically there for revenue generating, I wouldn't want the unintended consequences of your success be less enterprise revenue for the park board. And I don't know if you've ever considered, I would have to imagine that if you were to approach Wheel Fund about just buying out their fleet and perhaps giving them a percentage of revenue in exchange for the duration of that agreement, they would reduce some of their maintenance costs. I can't imagine they're making a killing on renting bicycles, and that could be a conversation I would encourage you to have. My other question is for Deputy Superintendent Ringgold. I guess that was more of a comment, not a question. My question is for Deputy Superintendent Ringgold is, we at one point discussed just the ability to charge a % of revenue like our other concessionaires, and I would again have to imagine, with it being an app-based technology that this is ran off of, that information is available almost instantaneously, and so I wouldn't want to, on one hand, while it's starting off, I wouldn't want to overly charge and make it overly prohibitive, but if you guys are also printing money with it too, and this is a commercial enterprise for us, I wouldn't want to. That's where I might diverge from Commissioner Meyer, is if we are monetizing our parkways, that I would want to make sure that we're not overly subsidizing that. But while you're getting started, I don't want to overcharge either. So what moved us away to that? What moved us to the estimate versus just getting some of that info that's probably readily available?
Chair Cogill, President Bourne, so actually many of the comments that commissioners made in September, as well as in further conversation with Bill, is that going specifically to a transactional fee or going specifically to a land-based fee would mean that you're either driving maybe the relationship with the customer in a way that you're not anticipating, or you're driving the relationship with how many stations that you're putting out in a way that isn't actually pure to considering what the best service delivery is. And so we moved away at this point of making it either transactional or by a specific space, so that we can really over the next 2 years get an understanding of how to best deliver the service. Now, I think what you are touching on is that there is a theory out there that this is a revenue positive scenario overall, and so the park board and the other jurisdictions, frankly, are going to have to consider what is the value capture they have within this scenario. Because we still have assets to maintain and sustain and pathways to repave and things like that. And so if there is a value capture for the board in there, or the city of Minneapolis or others, we need to figure out what that is without limiting or suppressing alternative transportation. So that actually the bookends, I think, of this conversation are well represented on the board and will be well represented in the conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Bourne. Commissioner Hassan.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I think this is a question for Bill. So I live in Phillips neighborhood, and every time I want to use the nice ride, I have to walk miles and all the way to the Greenway. But is there another? My question will be the accessibility. You know, there's people who are the undercommitted. You know, there's immigrants. They talk about the low-income people, but some of them don't have a credit cards, and they can't use those bikes. It doesn't serve them. It only serves people who are, have credit cards, who have access. You know, who have iPhones or like the latest apps. And my dad doesn't have like an iPhone, but I'm sure if he wants a bike, he could have just go on walk and use the phone. So is there a plan for you guys to serve everyone, or is it going to be a generation gap, or like a technology, the well-educated and the immigrants, then the undocumented, and the people that have documents? So can you answer that question?
Yes, and I'm excited to say the answer to each of those is yes. So in the equity plan, we have a requirement for more stations, for more dockless parking zones, and for Lyft to employ people who will work in the Phillips and Cedar Riverside neighborhood, who will introduce people to those bikes. Last October, when we did put out the first round of the dockless parking zones on City of Minneapolis property, we focused particularly in that area, and I think we probably had 30 new dockless parking zones in that area just for that 1 month. So you're going to see a lot more bikes.
Okay, but what will be the plan for people that don't have ID? I mean, that doesn't have credit cards?
So that is also in the equity plan, and one of the great things is Lyft now has the resources to do that. So I don't have it yet, but I know that we should see it this year.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan, and thank you to everybody for their comments. I don't think I have any questions. I just appreciative of both of these resolutions coming forward. I don't want to have what happened to St. Paul happen to us, and hopeful that by leading the way on this next resolution, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but also this one, that we can have this expand beyond Minneapolis and make sure that we have a resilient bike sharing program throughout the metropolitan area. I think that's everything. The one other thing that I'd say to Commissioner Meyer's point, my concern about moving away from any kind of cost for this system is just that this ultimately is a system that is for profit, is owned by a very large, ultimately owned by a very large corporation that just went public. I would hate to lose out on the small $28,000 that we're getting for the residual benefit for investors in Lyft. That seems silly. So anyhow, I really appreciate the thinking around this and everything that's coming forward. And looks like Commissioner Hassan has another
question. Yeah, one other question. Is there a reason why we're doing a 2-year license agreement? Can we do 1 year with stuff?
Chair Cogill, Commissioners, the reason why we have a 2-year agreement is because it then links us with the city of Minneapolis and the relationship that they have with Nice Ride. So at that point, we will need to do something else, but this carries us through this time period so that we are in sync with the city of Minneapolis.
I think the only thing I'll say is I do understand where you're coming from, but I think I'll be happy to do a 1-year lease so we can see how this impacts the communities that they serve in. And I wouldn't be okay with doing a 2-year lease agreement. Just my vote. I'm just but thank you, Jennifer.
All right, seeing no other comments, all those in favor of Resolution 2019-170, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
All right, the motion carries. Looking for Resolution 2019-171, if somebody could read it.
I'll move Resolution 2019-171, resolution to direct staff to engage in policy development related to shared mobility and to participate in cross-entity master planning processes led by Nice Ride Minnesota to best meet needs of the community.
The resolution has been moved. Are there any questions? Commissioner Hassan, do you? No? Okay. I just again would say that this is a great step. And I appreciated the article that was in the Star Tribune, I don't know if it was today or yesterday, regarding this very issue and the issue of St. Paul. If we're really going to make sure that that kind of outside agitation of the system of bike share is going to be resilient to outside international investment, we need to have coordinated efforts, and so I appreciate Deputy Superintendent Ringgold's work on this over the last couple of years and staying ahead of it as it's been coming into the city, and certainly Nice Ride's work, and thank you so much, Bill, for being here tonight. And with that, all those in favor of Resolution 2019-171, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. I would entertain another motion here on our final item, 4.6.
Resolution 2019-172, resolution approving the 2018-2022 Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board's performance goals.
The resolution has been moved. Is there going to be a presentation or discussion on this? Does anybody want to discuss this? Commissioner Meyer?
I'm not on the committee, so I can't propose amendments tonight, but I do want to give notice I'll be putting one forward at the next meeting or whenever this comes back up again. First, I want to say I think this was great work that we worked out in the committees on the whole. I do feel that it's pretty important to add to performance goal B1, which currently says, advise commissioners on a balanced, equitable annual budget solutions through 2022 and required levels of fund reserves as established by the MPRB financial management policies. I do think we should add the caveat that during recessions we need to be working in a counter-cyclical manner. I don't think it's a good policy for us to be dedicated to balanced budgets under those circumstances. I think it was a mistake when we laid off lots of people during the last recession and severely cut budgets. So we shouldn't necessarily be dedicated to maintaining our reserves at the same level when those circumstances arise. And particularly, I think of the Grand Rounds route that we passed at the last meeting. I feel like the only likely scenario where we would be able to afford the preferred red route that we went with is if there was a recession and land values plummeted. And if that happens, we should be ready to jump on that. And there are a lot of different articles from Forbes and other media that are saying that they think that there's a significant possibility for recession soon. There are some indicators that have historically predicted recessions that are happening right now, and we're currently going through the period where it's the longest time since the last recession, I think, in American history. So I do think we should be careful to add that caveat. The second thing I just wanted to comment on, for clarification, because I got some feedback about it, for Strategic Direction C1, which is the one that sets the goal of reducing our carbon footprint by 10%. Some people were concerned that we weren't including all of the carbon sink that is provided through the park board, which is, I would say, by far the biggest impact that we have on carbon, is that all of the plants on the land we own absorb a tremendous amount. So people were thinking that, when we say reduce, that we're just talking about reducing our pollution without counting and working to improve our positive contribution. Because if you added up all the total carbon impact of the park board, it's overwhelmingly negative. So I thought about maybe we should amend it to just kind of say do 10% better, and you figure out what the most cost-effective ways to do that are. By doing things like restoring wetlands at Hiawatha Golf Course or restoring prairies on Nicollet Island. We're doing a lot, and we want to be sure to be encouraging that. But after talking with Secretary Ringgold, the word reduce, can mean further negative, like 11 is more negative than 10, so I don't think it's necessary to clarify that in language, but just for the people who brought it up to me, we are most certainly going to work to absorb more carbon on our land.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Seeing no other lights, all those in favor of Resolution 2019-172, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, so moved. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, we are adjourned. Okay.